Clearly that the 1999 Constitution does not actually have Adams for his insights. Maybe some other time we would have a clearer connectivity, but it's been one amazing time with you. Many thanks for being part of the program. We're back after the short break. Do stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news.
You're welcome, sir.
Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. This is the morning show here on Signature TV. We're still in the mourning period. The sporting world, the footballing world is mourning the demise of the one and only chairman, Christian Chukwu, who passed on Saturday. We have with us in the studio chairman of Anambra States Football Association, Chikelue Elonyosi. We want to say a very good morning to you.
Good morning, my brother.
I can be better. I don't know how you received that news of the demise of Christian Chukwu, who passed on Saturday.
Yeah, it was a very big shock to me because I was with him last 3 weeks, in his house, So we came to discuss about so many things in football because he is concerned about the development of football in grassroots, So it was a very big shock. What can we do? But they have passed away. May his soul rest in perfect peace.
What were his contributions that had stayed with us all along, specifically for football?
What can I say? I learned so many things from him. He's a man that's driven by passion. He's a man that is a gentleman. He loves everybody to have peace of mind in anything they are doing. So the legacy he left as a football fraternity for us is for us to have peace, gentle, and make sure you take everything easy the way it comes. He's somebody who does not bother for anything. He takes it the way it comes. So we're really going to miss him so much in football fraternity because he's a legend, and I pray to Almighty God for the state and the nation to give him a national burial, because he deserves it.
He was a leader as a player and even a leader as a coach.
Yeah, the leader as a player, the leader as a coach. He was my coach in Super Eagles and was my coach in Rangers. So he's a good man. We still become friends. We talk. Last 3 weeks he called me, said he wanted to see me, and I came to see him and all those things. My happiest in my life is that I saw him before he died. And we have a lot of talks about those things. So nothing I can say than for him to rest in peace.
Right. Especially some of the things that the young coaches and young soccer enthusiasts can learn from his life. You know, the lessons that we can take from his legacies now that he's gone.
The legacy we can take for him is the gentleman in him, soft-spoken person, a man that's driven by passion, a man who wants to get everything right. So I'm so happy about all those things, you know. So we learn from all those things, but the most important thing is a gentleman.
Right. Okay, so let's talk about other things as it relates to his health. I mean, there are a lot of conversations around that because many persons think that the government, at least even of the Southeast, would have done a lot better than they did, because even before he died, it was only the Anambra state government that was taking care of, you know, some of these people who passed on. Some of them who had passed on, and then of course the families of those who they have left behind. Do you think there must be, or there should be, some sort of institution that takes care of some of these persons who have given their life to humanity, especially as it concerns soccer?
Honestly speaking, I give it to, not because I'm from Anambra State, I'm the chairman of Anambra State Football Association. I give it to Professor Chukuma Soludo because he's the only person in the Southeast governors that is still today paying the Rangers ex-players.
Wow.
Only him. Enugu State, Abia, Imo, nobody knows about Rangers. Rangers is not only for this Enugu, it's for the Southeast. He's the only person who is paying the money, 100,000 naira every month each person. So I give it to him, you know, and he's somebody who is driven by passion. Invite them, all of them came to Anambra State and all those things. I was the one that told the governor, I think we have to start paying only people from Anambra State. Because if other governors are not taking care of Rangers International, why are we bothering ourselves to take care of all of them? Because 85% of ex-Rangers are from Anambra State. You know, the motto that we're using today, bus we're using today, ex-Rangers, was given from Anambra State government. You know, so he have done a lot of things. The government, but another thing about one discussion with Chris Anchku, he does not want people to know the situation of things. He's a very private person. Because if everybody knows that Chris Anchku is not feeling very, very well, last time under Amadume Vipinic, he took him to London, Otadolo paid the bills and all those things, you know, because he cried out and all those things. But this time around, he never expected that anything is going to happen, though. But me, I'm in the face for all the governors to know that Rangers is not only for Enugu people, it's only for all the Southeast people. So I'll give it to the governor of Anambra State for the good work I've been doing to make sure it sustains Rangers International by giving them stipends every month.
Right.
And I want other governors to start doing that too, to know that this is not. We have other states, Imo, Abia. A lot of people that play for Rangers are from Imo State, from Abia, from Eboyin, from all those states. So why can't all the governors come together and know? Because we don't have a good taxpayers' money to say they're going to pay your pensions when you stop playing football. I'm the BOT chairman of Players Union, the whole Nigeria. The system does not warranty for you to know that they have to pay you some money. You do understand me? Because for other countries like Ghana and all those things, they have money they are paying for ex-players. From there, they take care of ex-players who are not doing very well. So we don't have the system in Nigeria. Why? Because there's a lot of problems, too much unions and all those things. So I think the new sports commission that came on board now, Shehu Diko and Olabo, they had a meeting with us to make sure we have one player union body to make sure they can be sustaining the ex-players.
Oh, hold on a second. You just mentioned something that struck me.
Yeah.
Are you saying that players who work, because I know states have, you know, teams that they sponsor. Are you saying that those players, when they are done, they're not paid like pensions or something?
No, nobody pay you 1,000 naira. Even they can even terminate your contract. If you have 5 years contract, they can terminate the contract today, nothing will happen. It's just only on this regime of Ibrahim Gujo that created the player status arbitration. And that's why we are now started making it like European standard to make sure contract is contract. if you want to terminate the contract, there must be a mutual agreement between you and the person. If you don't have a mutual agreement, you must pay that money. That's what we've been doing now for all the players. They have been getting their money now. But before, nothing like that. Nobody cares. Once you are no more playing football, you are no more active, you are out of the system.
I thought that when you are employed into a player fold, like if a team acquires you, you enter into the team like a staff of the government of the state that is sponsoring the particular team.
There must be a contract that you have that you are playing. Let me give you an example. You are playing for Rangers, you have a contract that you are playing for Rangers. And that contract must send to MPFL for them to have the contract. If you terminate the contract without a mutual agreement, you must pay that player. So for you to be a staff or no staff is different from you. Whether you're a staff, if you don't have a contract with MPFA, you're not recognized.
Okay. So
like European standard, a contract is what we respect.
Okay, give us an example of a standard contract for a player who has just joined, a team.
A team that if you come for okay, let me give you an example from like me. When I was playing, we don't have contract. I play for Rangers, I play for Naples, I play for Vasco da Gama, UYM Academy. We don't have contract.
Just
anything they put in paper, they can put anything in paper, you sign. They can put a blank sheet for you to sign. They put whatever they want to put. Yes. You want to play. Who cares about the contract? That's what affects us in Europe. So many people that went to Europe, they don't know what they signed. Some people sign like 25 years contract. When you go there, you become a slavery person. You understand me?
Wow.
So that's why Nigeria Football Federation have changed it. That they must see the contract you sign, and they will send it to the football federation of that country. That's why I see all those where people are trying to be careful now and all those things. Because before it was not like that. Before, first of all, you must sign a document that you're not going to play for your national team. That's why I see 70% of good players from Africa are not playing for the national team. Because you are taking money from the club. Club will tell you what to do.
Wow. But shouldn't that be, a FIFA rule
That's
for you not to?
That's why the FIFA president that came in Infantino said no. Like example, some countries give you a contract of their language, not in English. FIFA was the one that changed it, that any contract they are giving in the language, they must give you that contract in English. You must know what you are signing before the language one. You cannot even sign the language one, you only sign the English one. Because they can see, interpret whatever they want to interpret and say this is what you sign. So a lot of things happen in football, but the most important thing, everything is getting better now. Because the FIFA president now loves Africans. He wants Africa to get the best.
So how important is it now for players, even the enthusiasm to play? You also have to look out for yourself. When you are signing contract, what exactly should a player be looking out for, getting into signing any contract at all?
85% of players in Nigeria, contract was signed to their agent. You don't know what the agent have discussed with the club. Only thing the agent will just give you a paper and say sign. You don't read it, you sign, because the agent have already go through it and everything and say you should sign. Some people will have a contract of 1 year, but when you sign finish, you see that what is in MPFA is 5 years.
Wow.
That's why Davidson Owomi is changing everything to make sure they get it right. Any contract you as a player must have a contract, MPFA must have a contract, and club must have a contract. So for you to have your own contract, you know what you have signed. Before, no player have any contract. It's not possible. Now they are changing that NFF give directive that you must have a contract. And if you are not comfortable, you must bring your contract to the MPFA to know whether what they gave you is what is in the MPFA. That often happens in Nigeria.
Is it because there's no sponsorship? That's the reason why these things are run.
Sponsorship does not have anything to do with contract. Contract is what you bargain with the club. Sponsorship of Nike, others is sponsoring the club, does not have anything to do. 85% of Nigerian clubs are government club.
Okay.
Government club. So they must give it to you what they want and how they want it.
I mean,
the individual that own the club, okay, like example, the individual that own the club is the first in the league table now. Remo Stars, the owner of Bet Niger. If you see the structure of the club, you see the facility of the club, you know, in every season they have about 8 or 7 players they sold in Europe. You can know that they are professional.
Every season?
Every season. If you have not make money in transfer fee, you have make almost to something billion because he's a businessman. He believes in good players.
20-something billion?
Yes, a year.
A year?
Yes, he's the owner of the club in Portugal. He's the owner of Bet Niger. He's the owner of ValleyJet. He's a businessman. Football, if you're not a good player, he cannot sign you. And he signed players that from 17 to 20, 21 that he must sell you.
Wow.
Yeah.
So do you think clubs across Nigeria, because you mentioned 85% of clubs in Nigeria are owned by government.
Of course.
Do you think that we
Rangers
should start
is owned
looking?
by government. Atlant is owned by government. Sunshine is owned by government. A lot of clubs, government team.
Should we start looking in the direction of privatizing these clubs?
Yeah, that's what everybody is doing. Yeah. How many people? It's not easy to own a private club. It's not easy. The indemnity is too high. If you are playing match, you are the one that cater to so many things. Match official, this. So it's too high. In every week, to play a match, you must spend almost 5-7 million.
But it's business at the end of the day. I mean,
At the
you're
end
going
of
to
the
make
day,
money.
but sometimes the business goes well, sometimes it does not go well.
Mm.
How did it go well when you sign a player? It's the club said, like a club in Nigeria who have already made a lot of money in transfer in Enuggu.
Mm.
And you can see back to back, they have won the Champions League back to back. You see the performance and everything. No? And Rangers came, they won the league. You see the sponsor, you see what Amobi is doing and everything. You know? So, that is it.
Right. So let's come back to Chris Nchukwu. At the time that they played, so many persons would say maybe they would have monetized their crafts, so much so that at least, I mean, they would not be in this situation where they would have to beg anybody. I mean, their fortune would speak for them. Do you think that they missed the opportunity to monetize their craft at the time that they played?
They don't miss the opportunity for the craft for anything. You know, at that time in Nigeria is Choruma. When you play football, you lick orange.
Mm-hmm.
So once you play football, you did not go professional. You are nobody in terms of finance. People can be supporting you, a lot of things, but yeah, it doesn't go anywhere. But once you're a professional, is when you start having money, having savings, building a house or doing some things and business and other things. You know? So it's different from being a professional and not being a professional. Peter Scott was even lucky because he coached some Lebanon, coached some foreign countries, African countries, and make him successful. I told people, NFF winning Chris Nchukwu or knowing Chris Nchukwu is not the issue. Chris Nchukwu is a stable man, he's a very comfortable man. It's just that he just died, he passed on, because he's somebody who is very, who does not take life in a hard way. Anything, when we were discussing, no, chicken, no. Only why he was upset was, how can Nigeria play 1-1 against Zimbabwe? That match won, because he said he was watching it. He said that time, at something minutes, is the time for you to close up. You don't need anything again. Because the foul started from the right fullback, who was supposed to foul the guy and get a yellow card at the end of it. You know? But you know, this is the World Cup qualifier. We are playing with people who owns the CAF president, South Africa, who all the island owns. The referee, anything that the referee do that day, nobody can do anything. Because if the referee disallow and go, Nigeria can only make noise, nothing, CAF cannot do anything. Because the president is one CAF. How can he be a CAF president in his country cannot go to World Cup? So we have already played to their own gallery for us to start calculating whether they lose or win, all those things. We don't supposed to be in calculation on qualifying for World Cup because we have a good thing. We play very well that day 1-1, but Nigeria does not have patience for failure. We did not win.
So do you think we have a chance? Because I understand there's a playoff that should come up if you come second.
There's a playoff, but it's not easy. We are talking of playoff. Are we ready? Are we sure that we're going to win to go for the playoff? Because, you know, the god of soccer is against us because I don't see any reason why we are not going to beat that match 3-0 first half.
And it was right at our backyard.
Yes. Match we played in Kigali gave us the confidence to come home again because we have not been winning home for a long time. But I will tell you the truth, we have now gotten a coach. You can see the players with the passion. You can see everybody wants to play, not like before, you know. You can see the character in the team. So we need to push more and pray to Almighty God for it. Because if we don't go to this World Cup, Nigeria is not going to be happy.
Indeed. So, on the final note, really, I mean, we have seen other players of Rangers who are still alive. What advice do you give the governments, philanthropies? Because, again, some persons will say this is a clarion call. Now that Christian Chukwu has passed on in the way that he did, this might be, a wake-up call for all the Southeast governors to look at those who are ex.
How many ex-players that died that government take care of them? Nobody.
No one.
Samuel Kolonko died last 4 months. Stampede, number 10 of Rangers International and Super Eagles. Did anybody do anything for him? Did anybody talk to his family? Nigeria always remember you when you are late, when you are alive. Look at Sunday Obebe in Benin that have stroke. Look at the one that died, Fegene. They cry everywhere. They have Delta State governor from the state and everything. Did they do anything? But when he died, they started wearing a band, remembrance, and hero. They have to bring into the stadium. It's a national for the state, honor for the state. But when he was alive, what did they do? So things have to change. Only Soludo is the one that is even caring. Every December, he give them money, give them rice and all those things. So all the governors in Southeast are not doing anything to partake in sports, in football, in ex-players in Nigeria. Or maybe the one I spoke to, Lesoti, he will start doing something.
Okay, you spoke to
Yes, because he's a man who's driven by passion. He's a man who loves sports. They have two teams. They have Eimba, they have Abia Warriors. Abia Warriors is doing well now. They are third in the league. You know? So these are people who love to help, who want the state to go to the next level. Like me, I'm praying for my team, Anambra State NNS Solutions football team to come to Division 1. If we have the Division 1 team, it's better for us. You know, so government should wake up to support ex-players who cannot help themselves.
Aside from government, do you think there are organizations, philanthropists that can wade into the situation? Because again,
but other have waded into the situation to help some other people and all those things. We have what we call Players Union in Nigeria. Players Union in Nigeria is not functional because of the war. This side, this side, this side. And then NFF have called now, you can see the supporters club has more than 7 supporters club. They have already called out to have 1 supporters club. I discussed with that. Alex Intera is the PFAN Players Union BOT. Why I'm on Nigerian Football Players Union BOT. All the Millennium, JJ, Khan, everybody are on my side. But now, I am ready to cease fire to make sure we get it right. They set up a committee by Shaibu, former deputy governor of Edo State. I told the Shaibu, I am ready. Remove the name on Nigerian Football Players Union. Remove the name of PFAN. Whatever name the government brings, we'll take it from there. Everybody should go outside and bring new people and take over. That's why I want peace. Because I am the only person that goes to meeting of Players Union in the whole Africa. They don't recognize anybody than me because I have the capacity, I have the contact. So the Bafo, Kadisha Bara, other people are my friend. They vote, they put my name. So you cannot do anything if they don't put me. So we have Tijani Babangida, PFAN Players Union President. We have Abdul Sule, all Nigerian Football Players Union. Everybody have said, okay, let us come together and get it right. Because if we get it right, there's a lot of money, almost $10 million they have not given to Nigeria. And they cannot give to Nigeria when you are fighting. They must have accountability of the money they are giving to you. So before, when they are giving the money to NAF, they are spending the money, almost $7 million. Even they collected the money from people, $3 million they are going to build academy. They did not build anything. They did not have anything. They don't have anything to show. People have to come to Nigeria to audit the money they were given to you. Nothing was found. That's why they banned Nigeria.
Wow.
So if players, are functional, people like Christian Chuku, a lot of people, they want me to stay alive, kicking to make sure we get it right. And Nigeria, once you try to make things to get it right, they will sideline you.
Really?
Yes. In the administration of football in Nigeria, we are only 2 ex-players in Nigeria who are in the Congress of Nigerian Football Federation. Patrick Pascal, the chairman of Bauchi State Football Association, and me, Chikelo Eli, the chairman of Anambra State Football Association. No other person.
But why is that though?
That is it.
Is there a reason why?
No reason. Before you get there to get to where you want to get there, they knock you out.
Why?
If they don't want you, Austin JJ Okocha was the chairman of the Delta State Football Association.
Mm-hmm.
They frustrate him. Austin Okocha resigned.
Yeah.
And then after they enter, they resign. If you are not strong, people do not understand Nigerian football. If you are not strong, you have the capacity and you are strong, they'll kick you out. Check it anywhere now. Go to Ghana, to the Bafu, Kufu, all of them are in the Congress of the Football Association. But it's not the statute of Nigerian Football Federation. NFF give a chance, go to your state and run. Make your state popular in your state, because it's when you make your state, like me when I came, it was a fight. The former governor, Uli Obiano, says he does not want me. He wants one doctor. They did the election, I won the doctor. They said they're not going to swear me in. After 2 years, nobody was in disease. So Ludo enter and say, I cannot give a doctor when they have a footballer. Doctor should go to hospital. That was how I marched. If you are not strong, and that one alone could have given you the chance to say, I don't want to do this again, let me back off and go. They will say that is not the will of God.
Wow. So it's important to streamline these issues, and it does look like the NFF sometimes they are overwhelmed or handicapped to look at what's happening within the states.
Nigerian Football Federation, under the leadership of ENUGU, is the only one who is trying to make things to happen, who does not care, who does not want to know whether you are from here, you are from here, you are from here. Look at the appointment. Look at from the Southeast, we have 2 people from the Southeast in the board. Nkechi Obi is the women football in charge, a board member, and George Allo. They did not do the election in Benin that will bring me inside the board, but I said no problem. Once they are giving these people from the Southeast, I'm fine. Now what I was discussing with the former sports, the chairman of Ebonyi State Football Association, Senator Binoba, we are having a meeting of the Southeast to come together to know how we must get it right. Every zone in the Football Association get two people from the zone. Why is Southeast shortlist with only 1 person? If we just bring the vice president, it's over. They start to say the way the president comes is not supposed to bring any person. So from that place, they bring 2 people, they shortlist us. But after the vice president emerged, Felix Ayansi from Eyimba, is a board member, they will not do our own again. That's why they come and put us appointment in the board. So the Nigerian Football Federation try to make sure everything goes together, because the status, they are doing a status amendment to make sure they carry everybody around. Because the former minister, have already given us a timeline for us to know ex-players must be 4 or 5 or 6 in the board to get us.
All right.
We fought everything to make sure Augustine Eguavon become the technical director of Nigerian Football Federation, which is a plus.
Right. Chikelewe, Iluanyusi, many thanks. Truly appreciate your insight on the program this morning.
Thank you very much. God bless you.
All right, I want to say a very big thank you for participating on the program this morning. We're connecting to our Abuja studios for the continuation of the morning show. I'm Charles Pius. Good morning.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Another day, another beautiful morning. Charles, as always, thank you for kicking off this morning's conversation from our ENUGU studio. Welcome to Abuja. My name is Nwabo Senchoko, and this is Signature Morning. You see, the way I've looked down is because I feel uncomfortable about the issue we're going to discuss this morning. And because I do not know why we should be engaging in the drawbacks in our democracy instead of advancing the conversation on the good things and the growth and strengthening of democracy. But when issues arise, we don't shy away from conversing on them. And this morning, we're raising a very strong question. Emergency rule in Rivers State. Is the sole administrator going beyond his brief? Is he acting against the Constitution, whether that's an emergency or no? Do certain things prescribed by the Constitution fall apart, fall aside, just because a state of emergency has been declared? The state of emergency in Rivers State, is it a democratic order and therefore ought to be operated within certain rules provided by the Constitution? You can see why I'm uncomfortable. I would have loved to discuss the growth of party politics, improve good governance, more voter confidence, citizen happiness. Those would have made better fare. But whatever comes, we face it squarely. And my guest this morning is a gentleman who has expressed worry about the stalling of democracy in Nigeria. I would call it stalling of democracy, about the stunted practice of democracy in Nigeria. And he wished, as well as I do, that things worked better. Ame, oh Ame. He's a lawyer with particular interests in patriotic citizenship, with particular interest with responsible political leadership and good governance in our country. Ame, welcome to the program.
Thank you very much, senior citizen. Thanks for having me. Thank you. Yeah. Good to be here.
The president declared a state of emergency in Rivers State. There have been very strong arguments that that declaration is anti the Constitution. The president seems to have overreached himself. That conversation has gone on and on and on. What's your take on it?
Thank you very much. Let's start by saying that a state of emergency by the dictionary.com is described as a situation of crisis, urgency, when some extreme measures need to be taken. Usually it is declared or proclaimed by a government official or government officials. It could be a state governor or the president, and in our case in Nigeria, president and commander-in-chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. And usually that declaration will bring about a curtailing of freedom, liberties, the rights of the citizens affected by that declaration. So that's just a picture of what a state of emergency is like. On the question that you raised, whether the president overstepped bounds, no. But I think that the National Assembly has saved the day. It's arguable anyway. Because the Constitution, by Section 305, which empowers the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to declare a state of emergency. In Section 1 of it, it talks about the President, first of all, putting it in the official government gazette. And thereafter, he transmits that official government gazette to the National Assembly. And in that instrument, that gazette specifies reasons why it has to be declared, the situation in maybe a state or local government, as the case may be, of the Federation. And then the National Assembly, when I say National Assembly now, of course, to the head of, because ours is a bicameral legislature. So it goes to the Senate President in our case, and it goes to the Speaker of the House of Reps. And then they now call the meeting, the session of both houses, the Senate and the House of Reps. And of course, by 2/3 majority, that intended proclamation is approved. Let me use a simple word, approved, ratified, or given their seal of approval. Then the president can now proceed to proclaim a state of emergency. But in this case, the case at hand of Rivers, the reverse was the case. There were a lot of commentators, a lot of speakers have said, well, initially it was a breach of the steps prescribed by our government, which is the Constitution of the Federal Republic of 1999 has amended a number of alterations. But the president proclaimed he put the horse before the cart instead of the cart. He put the cart before the horse instead of the horse dragging the cart behind. So he put the cart before the, which is not right. But I think the National Assembly has saved the day. But whether the 2/3 was actually God is another issue for
in fact, that's a very interesting dimension to it, because consistently a number of my guests have said that what the president did in Rivers State was an illegality. But the gentleman came here and said, look, even if it was about to be an illegality, the moment the National Assembly approved of it, the president could be held liable if he failed to act, because that would be contrary to the Constitution. So nothing illegal about it any longer. Well, let me ask, in a state of emergency, who should be oversighting the area concerned? The legislature, National Assembly, or the executive?
Well, a state of emergency, let me quickly say that a state of emergency is not something that one would wish, or as a religious country, let me pray for. Because the truth of the matter is, the powers that be, the officials of government, the sovereign powers who proclaim this state, most times abuse those powers. They take advantage of that, go beyond their bounds, do things that are not in the interest. Ordinarily, when things are done properly, a state of emergency should be declared in good faith and with an objective assessment, based on an objective assessment of the situation on the ground. You don't just do it for some selfish reasons, because you want to take it out against a political opponent or somebody you don't like, something. So it has to be in the interest of the people ultimately, and with genuine intentions of the powers that are so declaring. Now, in the instrument, the proclamation document, the Gazette itself, it usually specifies, and that's where the president has a lot of discretion and power. He specifies what should be the modus operandi, who should do what, and whatever. I have not personally seen that Gazette.
Let me draw attention to the last sentences of that proclamation. The sole administrator should not make any new laws. In his official actions, he needs to get certain approvals from the Federal Executive Council. Now, some members of the National Assembly are saying, no, it is the National Assembly that should be overseeing the actions of the sole administrator. That was why I asked you the question. In a situation like this, what does the law envisage? That the sole administrator should be oversighted by the legislature at the center, or since the legislature in the state has, of course, been dissolved?
By Section 11, subsection 3 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the National Assembly takes over in a situation like this, makes laws, and provides legislations that will regulate
guide
the operations in the state for that period. Now, the president has declared it for the first 6 months. So the first 6 months, it is the National Assembly by the provisions of Section 11, subsection 3 of our own Constitution. And every president of Nigeria, the last time I checked, they always take oaths of office as commander-in-chief, as president of the Federal Republic, and then you take the Constitution up. If you're a Muslim, you hold the Quran. If you're a Christian, you hold the Bible. A traditional worshiper, you hold whatever. And then you swear and say you uphold the Constitution. And I want to remind our president and every other leader, uphold the Constitution. People should, that oath you took. And you begin, because that section says the National Assembly begins to make laws for that state concerned, or that area that is under the emergency rule. That's how it should be. And the sole administrator there is supposed to defend the National Assembly. When it comes to issues of legislation, it is the National Assembly that has the powers by the Constitution. The instrument, that Gazette, whatever is there, cannot override.
That's the point I'm trying to make, because that instrument says that the sole administrator should report clear with the Federal Executive Council. But is the Federal Executive Council a replacement for the Rivers State Legislature?
It can't be. It can't be. The Constitution is clear. And any law that clashes with that by section 1, section 1 sub 3, he said that any law in Nigeria, any of its provisions that clashes with the provisions of the Constitution,
including this instrument,
whatever it is, rule or whatever you call it, shall be, to the extent of its inconsistency, be null and void. So I want to encourage the stakeholders, rivers, Nigerians of civil society, they should test it in the court of law. Well, they should test it in the court of law. Challenge it.
Let me tell you one thing that the sole administrator has done. He has appointed administrators for the local governments. Maybe somebody said because there is a state of emergency. I want to look at this state of emergency, the appointment of local government administrators, against the pronouncement of the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court ruled in June of last year that no unelected form of government should administer the local governments. In the state of emergency, has that Supreme Court pronouncement become invalid?
Well, the last time I checked, I stand to be corrected, I know there were elections under the administration of Fubara.
Yes.
Similarly, Fubara. There were elections. What happened to those local government chairmen?
No, what happened? The moment the Supreme Court, he went home and dissolved them.
They're fine.
As ordered by the Supreme Court.
By the Supreme Court.
Supreme Court ordered fresh elections.
Yes, fresh elections. Now that's where we are. Now, that fresh election has not been conducted. Now, I'm also aware that there is a dissolution of the SIEC, the State Independent.
I'm coming to that.
Right, fine. So now, the question again I ask is, in a state of emergency, what will be the best interest of the people? Does it include you appointing sole administrators? Does it include you? Now, the sole administrator, for how long are they going to be there and all of that? Is it not possible? Perhaps, they have not been in a hurry to go to the other point. Perhaps there is something that they see and know that we don't know. But what I'll say about that is whatever the sole administration is going to do, in the first place, should there even be a sole administrator? In 2013, and may God bless him, gentleman President Goodluck Jonathan declared state of emergency in 3 states in the northeast: Borno, Yobe, Adamawa. He didn't tamper with the will of the people. Let's not forget that these governors, House of Assembly members, were elected by the people. The people say, these are the people we've chosen to govern us, to lead us in our state or local government or respective locations. There's no way I've seen in the Constitution, in all my years of practice, that you declare a state of emergency and then you tamper with the Constitution provides for how a governor is to be removed. By impeachment, or if he dies, or if he resigns. It's clear in the Constitution, and it's there for all of us to read.
It never provided for a state of emergency, and you said
we've seen it. President Goodluck Jonathan did it. What is paramount? What are some of the features of the state of emergency? Is one, increased police presence, increased military presence to forestall any breakdown, total breakdown. In fact, by the definitions in section 305 of the Constitution, it talks about when there is a disaster, natural disaster, whatever, there is imminent danger or there's actual breakdown of law and order, when a governor requests by the approval of the judge of the House, they say, okay, let there be a state of emergency in this state for so and so reasons, security breaches and all. But it can be said that the situation was that bad in Rivers that you had to bring it, even if it was that bad. We've seen it done by President Goodluck Jonathan, and the heavens did not fall. He moved the military there, moved the police there, and the situations were addressed. Did they have to remove the governor elected by the people in Rivers State to address? I thought they would have told intelligence that reviewed that, oh, these are the people behind the bombing. Are you even sure that it's not a state-managed thing? A cry, oh, pipelines have been bombed, oh, how are you even sure it's not even the enemies of democracy that did that to achieve whatever their interests are or were? So I don't even think that there should have been an appointment of a sole administrator in the first place. And because of that wrong move or appointment, other things are being done wrong. Because the foundation is wrong, and like we say in law, you can't put something on nothing and expect it to stand. You say, my God. So once the foundation is bad, everything has to collapse. So you will hardly get something right from
the wrong premise.
The foundation is faulty.
I mean, let me just, as we are speaking now, I say, let me draw attention to something, and that is, let us assume that the president declared a state of emergency because of the bombing of oil pipeline, and that was going to affect the national economy. It's quite a dire situation.
But of course, yes, I agree.
But why is it, since the state of emergency has been declared, we have not heard that the president, using the instrumentality of the military or the police or DSS or other covert operations, has now apprehended those who bombed that pipeline? Have the criminals dissolved into the salt waters of River State?
Let me also, let's take ourselves down memory lane. Let's take ourselves down memory lane. We had another fantastic president. May God rest his soul. And I don't know why such people don't last long. President Umaru Musa Yar'Adua. Fantastic young man. Great guy, if you ask me. He was president. We had dire situations in the southern part, what we call the Niger Delta region today. There was no declaration of a state of emergency. The vice president under him then, who succeeded him later, President Goodluck Jonathan, was sent there to negotiate with his own people. God gave him the wisdom, and they did a clinical work there and resolved the issue in the Niger Delta. They had everything for. There was no declaration, or was there one? There was no declaration of a state of emergency. And that's the kind of leadership we are praying for as a nation. Leaders with wisdom, leaders who consult with the people. Okay, you can imagine now if President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the father of the nation today, had called the stakeholders in Rivers. What's happening? My your children, come. What's the matter? I'm not against you. Hey, Ekwere people, this, come. Let's talk. What's the issue? We want your best interest. Okay, your governor remains. But there's a feud between the master and the son or whatever. Can we put selfish interest or individual interest aside and face governance and address? You can imagine if he had done something like that. I'm sure Nigerians would have given him an applause.
Now, I was saying that the Supreme Court made a pronouncement around June of last year. That was when the case of financial autonomy that was instituted by the Minister of Justice to determine whether the local government should not, as a third-tier government, not be financially autonomous. And the Supreme Court, of course, ruled on their financial autonomy. Then the Supreme Court added that by the provisions of the Constitution, the money can only be given to democratically elected councils. Does a state of emergency nullify this Supreme Court pronouncement?
Well, the state of emergency does not. However, in the situation, we have an extreme situation.
Yes.
As it were, in River State. There were no elected chairmen of local governments before the declaration of the state of emergency. So in the circumstance, I want to believe that it's a part of the Gazette that there be sole administrators to administer governance
that tier
of government pending. And that will force me to the next issue.
Yeah, because I'm going to ask you, just wait for a first issue. In a state of emergency, can the sole administrator conduct election into the local councils?
But again, like I said, in this state, in a situation like this, most times the powers that be abuse the powers. They abuse it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not talking about the abuse. What? Because look,
that's what I'm
the
saying.
law must provide for something.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
They take advantage of, the state of emergency is an abnormal situation where the usual laws are suspended, the usual freedoms and rights are curtailed. The government that administers the state at that time tells you your limits. How far you can
walk outside of the law.
Walk outside of the law. That's what I'm saying. That they take advantage of that situation, suspend the law. It's just like a military regime. Let's just tell us, it's just like a military regime. They take advantage of that regime or that period and do all sorts of things. So unfortunately, that's what is panning out in River State. We now have sole administrators in the local government. I want to believe they are to hold forth until such a time when it will be conducive to conduct local government elections. You can't take away that you take away that there are aberrations here and there, but that's what you get in the state of India.
Yeah, I mean, you know why I'm pushing you towards you educating us on the system, on the situation there. The sole administrator has dissolved the State Independent Electoral Commission. He's going ahead to appoint officials into that position.
I also want to believe that whatsoever the sole administrator is doing is getting the nod of the presidency and the powers that be. That man is not just acting by himself and on his own. He's certainly getting instructions from somewhere, getting some guiding directives from somewhere. And these are the things that we are querying and we're challenging. Was it necessary for Governor Sim Ilarai Fubara to have been removed? Was it necessary for the House of Assembly of River State to have been suspended for 6 months? These are the issues. So now, you are now dissolving the State Independent Electoral Commission. Was that necessary? Are you saying the people that were there before you came in are no longer capable? Didn't they conduct elections some months ago that brought about the will of the people? So why dissolve the SEAC? What's wrong with them? Why? So these are the things we are saying, that under an emergency rule like this, all sorts of things can happen. There are certain interests. I don't want to go into certain areas. We all know that somebody is definitely, some group of persons or individuals are benefiting from the status quo in Rivers, and some. And if you ask me, certainly the governor is the loser, and the state, they are the losers.
Yeah,
Sad to say.
You appoint officials of the State Independent Electoral Commission. I want to believe that the Constitution which you have in your hand specifies the processes for making these appointments.
Sure.
And the full administrator goes outside of the provisions of the Constitution to make appointments. Can they stand before the law?
Well, we will wait until that is challenged. But like I said earlier, under the emergency rule, there's an official gazette which has been ratified, has the seal of approval of the National Assembly. It's as good as saying that it has
the authority of law,
authority of the people of Nigeria. We also say it as lawyers that law was not made, the man was not made for the law, but the law was made for man. So it is not like the law of the Medes and the Persians. And think how we live, where it has to, it's not favoring the people, where it's not going in the interest of the people. You can think how we live. And a state of emergency is an opportunity for the powers that be to tamper with a number of these things. I want to believe and I want to be sure that in that gazette, all of these steps the administrator is taking, I stand to be corrected or disproved on this. I want to believe that all these are within his mandate as sole administrator to do within the 6 months of the.
Okay, let's. This is just an assumption. I'm not raising it as fact. If the gazette and the mandate of the sole administrator includes dissolving the State Independent Electoral Commission, sacking everybody there, and appointing new ones, you say that they can misuse the state of emergency.
Sure.
And if these appointments, this gazette, contradicts the provisions of the Constitution, what options can be available to the people of Rivers State?
I want to refer to the administration of President Olusegun Obasanjo. I'm aware, I'm not very sure now. I know that some persons challenged
in Plateau State. I was there in Plateau State. They went to court.
Some persons, yes,
they went to court, and the person that couldn't dissolve the state
in fact, the erudite and eminent Professor Ishesagi was a very prominent voice at that time. Was a very prominent voice, and they went and challenged, and the court said some of those steps and actions were wrong and unconstitutional. But most times, when these decisions come, for me, the pain for me is that these guys have done their thing and gone. They've done what they wanted to do.
Yeah, because if there's a precedent in law,
and we don't.
If there's a precedent in law,
the black man can be very lawless.
No, I'm very black.
I'm black too, and I'm ashamed to say, but I have to say it. This same President Bola Ahmed Tinubu condemned the state of emergency, which the gentleman Goodluck Jonathan declared in those 3 states in the northeast. He used the words, it was an overreach of federal power. This is a man who didn't even sack sitting governors and houses of assembly. He merely made the proclamation and moved in the military and increased the security presence in these states to save Nigeria from invasion. The Boko Haram, the ISWAP, and all of those who were hoisting their flags and declaring, collecting taxes from Nigeria. In fact, I don't think any of those cases of Plateau, Ekiti, and those 3 states were.
What?
I mean, Rivers is nothing near, not even up to a tenth of just you blew pipelines and so. Don't we have bandits that have terrorizing people in Zamfara? Has any president declared the state of emergency in Zamfara? In Katsina?
In Plateau State, in Brekenlandi,
I don't understand.
61 Nigerians were slaughtered.
There's been no state of emergency. We've had situations in the southwest. We've had remember the West 1962?
Yes.
The southwest region then, there was a state of emergency declared. Nigerians challenged it to some of the steps taken by the powers that were then. I wasn't born, but I read it. Now, so this sitting president now queried the powers exercised by the then President Goodluck Jonathan, the same president. So if you ask me, we don't learn. It's unfortunate, but I have to say the way it is. Black people, we don't learn. We don't appreciate precedents. We condemn people. When we're in the shoes, we do worse. Now tell me what has happened in Rivers that you declare state of emergency, and they remove the governor, Certainly there must be some other interest that we're not, you and I are not aware of. And I dare to say that. It's sad, it's painful, but that's what we have. Presidents after presidents, leaders after leaders, you condemn. When you grab power, you do worse. Check virtually all the things they accuse the former ruling PDP of. They've done worse. They have done worse. And their words are coming back to them. They are coming back. They are staring them in the eyes.
Okay, let us interrogate another institution, that is the National Assembly. I've done a program, an edition of this program, on where I'm asking lawyers, because this is legal mathematics. It's legal mathematics. How to obtain 2/3 of a population by audio. Can you give me, do you calculate the decibels and you get the 2/3 of decibels to get 2/3 of audio?
I see this like a trap, but it's fine. But how? By voice vote, it is possible for 2 people to shout louder than 10 persons who don't have the voice, the chords in their throats to shout. It's possible. 2 people will shout and you say, "Oh, the eyes have it."
Okay, that is legal mathematics.
It is just practical.
That's legal mathematics. But look at where I was headed to. When the president begins to do things extra the Constitution, when the president's actions undermine the constitutional order, who should put the president in check?
The National Assembly is there.
In the current situation,
we have the Senate, we have the House of Reps.
In the current situation, why Is National Assembly not seeing what we're saying? Are they not seeing these constitutional infractions? I'm not saying anything harsh. Even a member of House of Reps has already said that before the Sudan administrator takes an action, he ought to clear with National Assembly. The document sending him there says clear with the Federal Executive Council. He's dissolving constitution.
Even the budget of the state is supposed to be submitted
to the National
Assembly by the provisions of Section 11.3 of our Constitution.
Okay, when these things are going on, what ought our National Assembly be doing?
It's what we all know. Now, in a democratic setting, you have three arms of government. You have the legislature, Section 4, by Section 4 of our Constitution, 1999, creates the legislative arm of government. Section 5 refers to the executive, and Section 6, the judiciary. These three arms are supposed to check themselves. It's called checks and balances. So that nobody has absolute power, because like we say, absolute power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. So there's checks and balances. And this runs across the three tiers of government: the federal government, the state government, and the local government. All of these tiers are expected to have their three arms of government. Where the president or the executive is misbehaving, the National Assembly is supposed to call it to order. Or each of those senators there and House of Representatives are representing the several nations, ethnic nationalities of Nigeria. Let me call it that way. All the ethnicities, the nations that make up the Nigerian state are represented
in that National
Assembly. But the question again is that in our own case, I like to domesticate my discussions. In the Nigerians, I'm a realist, in the Nigerian situation, can we say that even up to 35% of those people are there for the interest of Nigerians? Are they really making laws? Are they really there for the first interest of Nigerians, or for some other selfish interest? Okay, today's National Assembly, today's Senate, can you say he can challenge any aberration, any illegality of the existing president today of the executive? You know the answer. I know the answer. You know the answer. We all know the answer. Nigerians are watching. Whether we have a robust democracy, we have a National Assembly that is engaging the president, that is actually challenging certain things that are not in line with the Constitution or the will of the people. We all can see it. And if you ask me, we have had more rubber stamp legislature or legislators than legislators that are actually independent in the sense of being independent and doing what they were elected to do.
I mean, I always give the benefit of the doubt when I engage in conversations like this. Do you think really that simply selfish or partisan political interests are what are driving some of these tendencies of National Assembly to keep quiet? Or is it a matter of legislative ignorance? Because they have the Constitution. They legislate by it every other day. Their activities in those chambers are guided much more seriously by this Constitution. Is it that our members of National Assembly have chosen partisan politics? By partisanship, I mean just anything the president of their party wants, he gets, irrespective of whether it fouls the Constitution or not? Or is it because they are illiterate of the Constitution which they operate, or they are roundedly ignorant?
There are so many factors and a number of truths that we must tell ourselves. Let nobody deceive anybody. For most of the decisions we see today in our country and what our legislators, executive, and people do, most of the time it is selfish interest, party interest first, before the interests of Nigerians. Let nobody deceive anybody. Like I said, I'll keep saying it. I'm a realist. I say it. We must tell truth to power. We must tell truth to power. And all of us are Nigerians. And I'm saying this boldly on this national television. All of us are Nigerians. We have a right to speak. You may not like how we say it or what we say, but I have a right to speak up for myself. I have a right to speak for the Nigerians who look up to me. I have a right to speak for Nigerians. We all have rights. Even that little person in that village somewhere, in some creeks, in somewhere in Nigeria, we are all Nigerian. Nobody is more Nigerian than the other. We have a right to speak. You need my vote. I need your vote for you to win elections. Even if my candidate does not win an election, it doesn't mean you should now treat me like a slave and think that whatever you're going to do should be a. Unfortunately, there are leaders in our country today who have won election. They tell some people, yes, you didn't vote for me, so don't expect anything from me. When you become, like in the US today, advanced times, after politics, they drop politics. When they win elections, they drop politics.
They do governance.
I'm beginning to do
Even Trump had. I no longer give the US as an example because Trump says that Americans rig elections and Putin Trump. Americans rig elections, and very corrupt people find themselves in the DOJ and Putin, the American president. I didn't make up the words myself.
Well, he knows why he's saying all of that. I don't know what he's saying.
I don't know. I'm quoting that's what he said.
But the truth is, Trump will come. Trump has come, and he will go. America is it will remain. It's a nation. It's got institutions that are more powerful than it's not like Nigeria where the reverse is the case. Individuals are
when
more
Trump
powerful.
is pulling that shredding institutions.
Well, it's 4 years. It's not long time. He has less than 3.5 years.
Let's go back to our legislature because you know why I want us to go back to our legislature. All the conversations we have raised.
Sorry, sir. Before you go to that question, there was a point I wanted to make.
Kindly.
It would be sad for me to say it today, and Nigerians know this fact. Most or many, let me say most, many of our legislators are just warming their seats. They can't engage in any robust debate in the floor of the House or in the Senate. It's unfortunate, but I have to say this, and I fear no man on this. Many of them are not qualified because even the things that Nigerians, the yardstick, the factors they use in voting or not or rigging elections are not the factors that can bring about enviable leadership. They are not the factors that can bring about fantastic leadership. Many of them are there, they don't even know the laws. I can tell you today, they don't even know. They are there to collect their entitlements, and during some festive periods, they go home, raise their hands and make some noise, share bags of rice, and go back there and continue. I'm coming, just continue there. It's sad to say. Only a few of them know why they really are lawmakers. Otherwise, how can we have two arms in the let me not say two arms. We have two houses. You have a House of Rep, you have a Senate. And then you can't even hear any serious objection. The Senate president sits there as if it's there. Anything the president brings, it must go through because you belong to the same party. That is not how it should be. And we dare to say to them, they should know that power is transient. Whatever you do today, you sow today, you will reap tomorrow. So, cross-carpeting, you are in this party today, you jump to party C, tomorrow party this. It doesn't change the nature of these persons. And that is the reason why our democracy is not an exemplary one. Nigeria should have gone past where we are today by far. But we're not learning the lessons. Unfortunately, our leaders are not learning the lessons. We're not picking up the issues. We're not willing to make progress. I see more of retrogression in the last 8 years of the last Buhari up till now. I have seen more retrogression than progress in Nigeria. And I'm saying this not because of any party interest. I'm a lawyer, and I'm saying it the way it is, telling truth to power.
Okay. Now, Ame, the school administrator is doing his thing. He's appointing new officials. He's trying to do another budget until some people started raising the alarm. He's dissolved the State Independent Electoral Commission, appointed local government sole administrators, and there have been the question if he's appointing a new set of the ISEC, the Independent State Electoral Commission, is he going to conduct election? Does he have that authority under the law to conduct the election? Last week, stories appeared in the social media. Videos and photographs also did appear, showing that the 27 lawmakers in Rivers State, loyal to the FCT Minister Yusuf Wike, are in UK, are in London, undergoing a legislative course on effective legislation under a presidential system of government. The state legislature has its budget, which the speaker ought to be administering. The same way the executive executes the state budget. And provision should have been made for this kind of legislative course in the UK. But having been dissolved or suspended by the president, the speaker can no longer be administering those funds. Think the speaker and the 26 others managed to raise funds to go and execute a legislative course that ought to be paid for from the budget of the state legislature.
Well, I wouldn't know the arrangements they have. Certainly, I wouldn't know. So I want to be very careful about making comments that I'm not sure of.
Yeah, but such courses should then not be run from the state legislative budget.
Well, did they go in that official capacity as?
Yeah, but the report said 27 lawmakers.
Well, yes.
The legislators.
Suspended lawmakers by virtue of the proclamation of the state of emergency. They are not sitting now. I wouldn't know if they use their personal funds or an individual or somebody is behind their trip to the UK for that legislative cause. Whatever it is, I believe that in the coming days or months, the truth will come out. Maybe when
they are
the
back
legitimate
in the
governor returns, the legitimate leader of the state returns, we'll get to know. Records don't lie. No matter how you try to hide the secrets, one day the truth will come out. So let's wait to know who is behind the sponsorship. But of course, they couldn't have embarked on that kind of journey under normal circumstances and in the situation of a proclamation of emergency. That shouldn't even come up in the first place.
Let me ask you, I'm not trying to make you the speaker, but a course by legislators on effective legislative performance under a presidential system. If things are normal, who ought to fund it?
Well, usually every state has a budget. And when you talk about legislative, the legislature has its own budget. The governor presents a proposal. Let me use a simple word so that I don't people say budget. It's just a financial proposal of income, anticipated income, and then expenses to be incurred. Simple. That's what the budget is. It's not a big grammar thing. This is the way we're expecting revenue from IGR, federal allocation, 13% derivation funds, name it. These are the expected projects. These are the projects we want to execute. That's what the budget is. And in that budget, you will see the allocation for the judiciary. Maybe we want to build XYZ courts in Ahuda West, Ahuda East, or maybe in Ogogo, local government, like that. Here you name them. And the legislature is also having its own budget. When that budget comes, the legislature, while considering it, they are representatives of the people. They can say, no, Mr. Governor, we think you should include this capital project. We think you should include or remove this or prioritize this. The legislature is expected to have that robust interaction and conversation with the executive before that budget is passed into law. And that is the instrument that should accommodate
That kind of
causes
cause.
of this nature. Now, in an emergency rule, can it be said that the sole administrator just took money and gave them to go, or somebody somewhere gave them the money? It shouldn't be River State government in a time like this. That's why I said, let's be sure. What's source? Who is financing it? Or was it in the budget earlier that they were not benefiting from because 4 people were sitting, legally recognized? How did the money get there? I believe that in the coming months and years,
we know who released this money.
Whatever.
Maybe.
But in a state of emergency, that cannot happen. That cannot happen. Because they are suspended. So anything legislative activity is suspended. Just the way the elected governor, his team, are on suspension for 6 months. The same applies to the legislature.
Well, maybe as Amy has said, as the weeks go by, we'll find out whether the sole administrator dipped his hands into the budget of the legislature and he's now running everything, and decided to send these 27 gentlemen to UK on a training on effective legislation under a presidential system of government. Is it for the legislatures? Where are the other 4 legislators?
Well,
because this court is supposed to arm legislators for better performance when things return to normal. So some will be ignorant, others will be armed with better knowledge.
well, if the other 4 persons, Jumbo and his team, are not a part of it, then there should be something more to it than we know. So we wait. The coming days and months will reveal all of this. And then we will know whether we'll have to go to court or we have to now begin to argue and engage in some debate about the legality or otherwise of some of these decisions. I believe the coming days will reveal a lot of things, and then we'll take it up from there.
Is there any provision in the Constitution, Amen, that can make the president remove the governor?
I have not come across any. Like I earlier submitted, there are 3 ways by which the governor can be removed. Either he dies, he's not, and in the case of, I can't really remember now, but there was a case for bodily issues, health and all that. Okay, yes, the doctrine of necessity. President Yaradua. He said he is absent from office. He cannot, by virtue of the National Assembly to mean death or absence ad infinitum. That was how it was invoked. One of the champions of it is the current Bauchi State Governor, and that's how Goodluck Jonathan became the president, in the interest of Nigerians. So either he dies, or he's impeached, or he resigns.
Okay.
So these are the ways.
If the 6 months are over,
the president is also an elected person. He was elected, just the same way the governor was elected in the state. He's an elected person. He has no power to remove. Nobody can remove, except by these 3 modes. There's no other way you can remove the sitting governor. To do so is to plot a coup, is to engage in a coup. To run a coup against the state.
okay. In this state of emergency, I was going to ask a question, but I've cautioned myself, and that is, if after 6 months, certain things have not been achieved, can the president extend it than that 3 months, 6 months? Yes.
Well, if he has reasons, cogent and compelling reasons that people can see, we can feel that are palpable, of course, he can't extend if it is obvious that extending it will be in the interest of Nigerians. Of course, he can, and that must again be ratified by the National Assembly, the 3rd majority of the National.
Is there any number of instances that the president can extend the state of emergency?
Well, if it is obvious, that the emergency has to remain until when it is obvious and clear that
indeed there's a
the
situation
security
that warrants.
that, of course, it has. Even if it even happens, it affects. It also affects the Federation of Nigeria. If there's external aggression, maybe some natural disaster or something, very serious, urgent, and extreme, it will remain until those situations are beat and when you can have normalcy. Like we said, the state of emergency is an abnormal situation. So you don't expect to have those normal rules that we live by, rights and modes of operation to remain until that normal situation returns. Then we can now talk about democracy in the strict sense of the word democracy and its operations.
Should Fubara, the suspended governor of Rivers State, receiving his salaries now?
That he is suspended is not because he did something, he breached the constitution, or he did something against the laws of the land.
He's not removed.
He's still the governor of Rivers State. Of course, he should be collecting his entitlements. He's still the governor of Rivers State, including the legislators that got judgment recently of the Supreme Court that they are still validly elected in the absence of any evidence before the Supreme Court show that they decamped for another party. And they should be collecting their...
Okay, what I'm listening to this way, I was trying to say, maybe since their salaries were not paid for some time, and now that the Supreme Court has cleared them of not defecting after they had announced that they had defected, maybe they put together their arrears have been paid.
Don't forget that.
And then went to UK.
Don't forget that humongous amount has been released. When the administrator was appointed, that humongous amount was released to the administrator. So there's so much money there.
They can collect their money and decide to go to UK.
Not? They can sponsor themselves if they are that patriotic. But in Nigeria, those legislators that will sponsor themselves, well, I'm waiting to see.
Well, my producer has been standing right, telling me, please try and wind up. We've been looking at state of emergency in Rivers State. Has the sole administrator been overreaching his brief? Has he been going beyond the intent and provisions of the Constitution? My guest, Ame, a lawyer, he says a state of emergency is an unusual situation. And sometimes it creates room for unusual actions. I tried to pin him down to whether these unusual actions should be allowed under the state of emergency. He has kept telling me people can exploit those unusual situations to do ought, some ought not. Rivers State is an unusual situation, which unusual situation I'm sure Ame really doubts, because he says, he gives an example. Zamfara is in a worse situation when it comes to security. The governor of Borno State has openly said last week that Boko Haram has seized some territory. The governor of Plateau State has said that bandits have colonized some locations in Plateau State. Last week, 61 Nigerians were killed. Are these situations for a state of emergency? Ame says his own worry is that declaring a state of emergency cannot equate to dismantling the institutions of democracy. It is creating the condition for security operatives not to be bogged down by all those procedural constraints to tackle any situation is urgent and very serious. Rivers State, let us see what happens 6 months hence. There were reports early last week that the president could shorten that state of emergency. By the way, I was about to conclude. Let me ask you, can the president really shorten that 6 months?
Why not? if he sees that normalcy has returned and the situation is no longer there as it supposedly was before that proclamation, why not? He can shut it, puts it again in the Gazette, and goes back to the National Assembly and says, oh, my people, we have considered, like I said earlier, it has to be based on an objective assessment of the situation. It has to be done in good. You see, leaders should be honest with their people. When you assess this, you say, no, I think it's the right time for us to call it off. We believe, and I see as Mr. President, and from the intelligence I'm getting, Rivers people are ready for peace, they've embraced themselves, they are ready for normalcy to return, there are no more agitations and anxieties here and there. Oh, my people, there's no need to continue for the 6 months in the earlier proclamation. I think we can now end it maybe by the next 7 days or so, or a month or something. And then the National Assembly looks at it, ratifies it, puts a seal of approval on it, and then the President proclaims. And that does it. But there's nothing hard and fast about it.
Well, nothing hard and fast about it. He also admitted that maybe there's certain things the president saw and is seeing that we here in the studio are not seeing. But all we're seeing that Rivers people are going about their normal businesses. And that one explosion, we will not be able to locate the culprits and bring them to book. Maybe the president could be afraid of another explosion. Who knows, depending on the intelligence he's getting. But for now, that's the much you can speak with facts and not faction or presumption. And my guest has been Ame, looking at state of emergency in Rivers State, whether the sole administrator is going beyond the provisions of the law, the Constitution, and his brief. Ame, thank you very much for coming to the program.
I appreciate you, sir.
Great.
And I thank the station for having me again.
And the conversation, as I always say, never ends. Tomorrow is another day. For today, please have a great day and good morning.
Hello, thanks for joining us on the Signature Show. Today on our show, as they say in Nigeria, we have a very, very big fish. But I know that you'll be the first one to say, what do I mean?
Exactly.
So, we have a very big fish, a Nigerian who has become an epitome of the Nigerian spirit. A Nigerian who is proud of being Nigerian, but even in that pride, he's also still very proud of being an Igbo man. He's one of those that have signposted Nigeria in the world map, and it's my pleasure to welcome to our show Chief Dr. Pete Edochie.
Thank you
Pete,
very
welcome
much.
to our show.
Thank you very much.
Always a pleasure.
God bless you.
Always a pleasure.
Darling.
Yeah, let me take you back a little bit. A lot of people in Nigeria, when they think about Pete Edochie, they just see one big star who just fell from the skies. A lot of them didn't quite know where you started. Tell me about your broadcasting years. That was actually when you became a star, before you became the mega star.
Yeah, thank you very much. I joined broadcasting in 1967. I ran away from the North during the crisis, and I was lucky to have returned with my life. And I joined broadcasting on the 14th of February, 1967. That's Valentine's Day. I don't forget it easily, you know. And I rose to be a director. I mean, it's to encapsulate my impressions along the line. So, and while I was the director, there were programs I created and immortalized, so to speak, like Instant Party, Instant Party music from the masters, which featured only classical music from great composers like Peter Tchaikovsky, Ludwig van Beethoven, Mozart, Schubert, Haydn, Handel, and the rest of them, Bach. And even till this moment, people still phone me to request I go back to the program. And I said, no, it's almost 20 years or more since I left broadcasting, and I'm not likely to perhaps attract sponsorship for the program, you know. Even though I will not lack material for it, I believe I have more classical music in my house than, well, most Nigerians, let me just put it that way. So, and I think it was while I was still in broadcasting that I did Things Fall Apart, which I think introduced me to the entire world as something of an actor. Put it that way, it won plenty of laurels. And so the moment I left broadcasting, I got into the movie industry. It embraced me with both arms, and I haven't gone back.
Yeah, we are not going there yet. We are not going to your movie career yet. Let's go back to broadcasting. I mean, you were among the best. I mean, when you talk about music from the masters, I also can talk about it because I remember that era when you presented that program. Not only that you had developed it, you also presented it for many years. When you sit back these days and listen to radio, do you get a feeling that it is still the same broadcasting of those years when you held sway behind the microphone and kept people, thousands and thousands of people, glued, with their ears to the radio?
That's a very good question, Vin. Broadcasting today is no longer what it used to be. I must tell you the truth. In spite of the fact that the broadcasters today have access to all the information they want, they have not managed to inject professional expertise into their broadcasting. Let me tell you what I mean. When we went for the All Africa Games in 1973, I was at the commentary booth with Ernest Okonkwo, Ishola Fulonsho, Inca Craig, and they're all dead now. And we had materials on all the established athletes at our fingertips. Yeah, you talked about Kipchoge Keino, we could tell you all about him. You talked about Alisa Anum from Ghana, we could. You talked about John Akibua, the hodler, we could. I don't see any such thing these days. The last time that we had maybe a repeat of the All Africa Games in Nigeria, 30 years after, I was listening to commentaries and I was disappointed, but I hung my head in shame. Yes, I was hurt. I said, look, this is my profession that is being scandalized. Then, if you were asked to go and interview somebody, no matter who he is, you did a lot of groundwork before you proceeded to conduct the interview. If you were asked to interview a psychiatrist, you have the opportunity, it was provided for you, go to the library, read up whatever you can on psychiatry, so that you're not at sea when you're interviewing that person. I remember on one occasion, people were interviewing the great Zik on national television. He looked at all the people interviewing him. He imagined the age they may have done in history, and he pitched his answer beyond them, and they were all nodding. Zik said, during the Treaty of Westphalia in 1648, and I looked at all those people, none of them knew what he was talking about, right? Yeah, and I pitied them. If I were on that point, I would have nodded my head because I know about the Treaty of Westphalia. But you see, all right, at a stage in a political evolution, maybe in the immediate past, history was expunged from the curriculum. It's a colossal tragedy.
A disservice.
Come on, if you don't know where you're coming from, there's no way you're going to know where to stop. To imagine it alone that history was taken out of the curriculum. Whoever may have recommended that, come on. You want to extinguish a people, that's what it means, and so you see, sometimes I don't blame the broadcasters today very much. I don't, because I don't know the kind of orientation they had. But in our own case, oh hell, you were grilled properly. Like I said, if you were going to interview a psychiatrist, you're going to interview a lawyer, a doctor, no matter the field of the person you're going to interview, right? You had a compulsive knowledge of that field at your fingertips. It is no longer the same thing today. So I'm not sure I still feel nostalgic when I listen to them. I don't.
Things fall apart. Yes, for those of us in the southeast at then, we knew Pete Edochie, of course. We knew you had become director at ABS. We knew you presented program, you participated in some radio drama and all that. But for the rest of Nigeria and the world, not many of them knew Peter Edochie. So how did it happen? You know, I've heard stories, somebody called you and this happened. Tell us the story. How did you get involved in Things Fall Apart?
There was an engineer who worked with us in broadcasting, and he's dead now, Engineer ENUGU. He was in charge of, I think, zone C or zone E or one of these zones in the NTA. And it was that zone that decided to do Things Fall Apart. That was when Walter Ofonagoro was the Federal Minister of Information and Culture. He bought the idea, and they proceeded to do the script. Emaelanya, late now, and I think the director, Adiela Onyedibia, did the script, and a lot of people were invited for the role of Ebubedike Okonkwo in Things Fall Apart. I was invited to the audition. The audition was held at the, I think, one of the auditorium in University of Nigeria here in ENUGU. I was invited. I actually was going to do I was going to do my program on radio, so I had my records with me, and the moment I walked into the place, a lady called Dr. Mrs. Linda, who was lecturing at the University of Calabar, who was invited to handle locations and I think logistics, etc. The moment she looked at me, she said, if this man could act, that's the man we want. And I walked into the place. I had never read the book, nothing. And I saw a couple of people from Lagos. I remember Iria Benahimio was there. I think Emma Dokbaye, I'm not so sure, but I think they were all there. And we were given the script to read, some script. And all the others were reading. And the moment I read part of my script, the woman said, this is the person we want. He walks like him, he's tall enough, blah, blah, blah. Then, of course, I was much younger, and I didn't know that I was working with a spring. I was working like my father, but I mean, it didn't mean anything to me until I was told that that was how Okonkwo in Things Fall Apart was working as recorded by Chinua Achebe. And that was what Engineer ENUGU saw before recommending me. But the people who were doing it did not bother to contact me. So they did episode 1, and ENUGU saw it and said, burn this thing. Go and look for Peter Edochie. He works with his wife in the same complex. He is on radio, the wife is on TV. Go and look for him. That was how I was contacted. Otherwise, it would have been done without me. So the moment I got in there and I was selected, we had to go repeat episode 1. That was done by Emma. And the moment I got on stage, both the producer and the white lady, Dr. Mrs. Linda, most of the people present, they said, come on, that's the man we want, our job is done. I said, thank you very much. Give me the book now to go and read. I've never read it, I didn't read it in school. So I went and read it, and we went on. At a stage, it's a very funny one now. 2 characters from Village Headmaster who were part of the production, Justice Esiri and Eleimi, Funsha Adiolu, they began to bluff. They would always threaten to leave the set and all that. And at a stage, I called the producer. I said, listen, I am better than these characters, let them go. The script is about Okonkwo, and I am Okonkwo, let them go. There's nobody who can bluff me when it comes to English or interpretation. I have more Shakespeare in my head than any character I know in this country. I said, come on, let them go. Let them go. That was when they stopped their threat. Then Esiri came back to me and he said, look, you don't act like a big actor. You're a very big actor. You should be bluffing when you're... I said, no, 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 no. I will not bluff. This is our production. There's no way I can bluff anybody. Let's get it right first. Then we can bluff after all, you know. And then, I mean, afterwards. So we began to shoot. And as the production progressed, we were able to tell that we were actors operating at various levels, I mean, of competence, by the way now. So the film came out. The BBC flew into Nigeria to interview me because of the success of the production. Then they flew across the Atlantic to interview Chinua Achebe. And Chinua said, a lot of people have tried this production before, but the only person that gave it an interpretation after my heart is Peter Edochie. He is Okonkwo. And from that moment, I've been Okonkwo till now, you know. Well, the NTA, I signed a contract which was not honored by the NTA, no. They said, each time we broadcast this thing, we're giving 15% of the proceeds, and nobody ever gave me a cover, but it's okay.
Yes, I was going to, you know, because today, a lot of on-air people, a lot of actors and actresses, the first thing they talk about is money. And when you told us the story, I didn't hear anything about money. What was driving you? Two things. What was driving you to jump into this production without the money aspect? And two, what was driving you when you told those colleagues of yours that, look, this is our production. It's not time to bluff?
First of all, I never got into that production because of what I was going to be paid. I was paid all right. That was not the motivation. That was not the propulsion. I wanted to make an impression of an actor. Nigerians were used to seeing actors on national television, mainly people who were doing Village Headmaster and a few others, you know. I can't remember most of them now, but the most prominent then was Village Headmaster, you know, and we were not part of it. I mean, nothing that was originating from the East here was ever on national television. Or maybe Zebrudaya, or I don't, you know.
Zebrudaya.
So I said, okay. I got into acting in 1962 when I was in my third year in St. John's College, Kaduna, and I was on set to do Shakespeare's Merchant of Venice. That was my introduction to Shakespeare, and after that I had to do Macbeth, I had to do Julius Caesar, I had to do Richard III, you know. Well, that was how I got into it. Now, there was nobody here then who knew that Peter J was this kind of person, right? If I had any theatrical competence, there was no way I could prove it until I went on set. I remember the Commissioner for Information then, Dr. Paul Mordum, he called me. He said, Pete, this is an opportunity for you to put our name on the world map. I said, I'll do my best. And I did. And after that production, I think, at the risk of sounding immodest, vain, I won the hearts of so many people. So when I left broadcasting, I was embraced by Nollywood. Even though, by the time we did Things Fall Apart, there was nothing like Nollywood, no. Nollywood came into existence with
Living in Bondage.
Living in Bondage, thank you very much, by Ken Nibwe. And that was when Nollywood came into existence. And we had done things for about 7 years before then, you know. So, well, I'm still in it. I mean...
So does it bother you that today, when you meet a young person that maybe you think they have some talent, that the first thing they talk about is the money?
I don't blame them. I blame the circumstances under which they were raised. Today in the country, a man gets into politics. Before you know it, he's built his wonderful house, houses, not house, but expensive cars, etc., you know, and hell, that's somebody you were sitting down with, one-on-one, as pals, mug mates, getting into politics and becoming larger than life. So the emphasis now became money. How much can I get? So if you say, hi, how are you doing? The person extends his hand, money first, before I tell you how I'm doing, right? I don't borrow. The country has misplaced emphasis. It has affected them. Yeah. It's money, money, money now. You know, it was not like that in our own day.
You know, I was going to talk about politics at some point in this conversation, but I think maybe we should start talking about it now.
Good.
In the past 8 years, if I'm wrong, please correct me, you've paid more attention to politics, not as a politician, but putting out your opinion about what you think, about who should lead and how we should be led. What brought you to that point? Because you've been Pete all these years, but and I'm sure I noticed this in the last couple of years, you are more outspoken about what is going on in the country. Why are you taking that position?
You get to a stage in your life when people begin to look on you as a role model. Societal expectations compel moral rectitude. You want to tell it as it is because people accord you a lot of credence. And that's what it is. You know, during the past 8 years, I mean, we who belong to this part of the country, we received no attention at all. Buhari deliberately ignored us, right? He knows why he did it. I don't know. But I will tell you, he ignored us. I mean, I look at the man who was in charge of transport, the man from River State, Amechi. Now you want to resuscitate the railways, you want to revive the railways, you cut off the southeast. Who are the people who travel most? Who are the busiest traders in the country? The southeasterners. You cut them off, right? And then you turn around to tell me that you are doing me some good by cutting me off. That doesn't make much sense. I mean, I am 77 now. If I can't tell the truth now, I mean, how many more years have I got on earth? I mean, I don't care who is the president. No. Wherever you come from is your business. I don't really give a damn. But for God's sake, take a good look at this thing, evaluate it, imagine your involvement with it, and then ask yourself, am I really doing what I ought to do? Yeah. Buhari ignored us completely. I mean, he was not sorry for it. He said it that he was going to give, I think, 97% or some kind of mathematics that was, you know, to those who voted for him, then 5%, you know. He ignored us completely, right? And people like us were compelled by virtue of our position in society to at least voice our grievances, right? Without insulting anybody, just telling it as it is. We are being sidelined. We are being marginalized. We are being ignored. We are being hurt. And, well, he's off the stage now, right? Good. And Tinubu has taken over. It's still the same party. But you see, Tinubu came in he made an Igbo man, I think, put an Igbo man in charge of the Navy. You are now
became a service chief.
Yeah, talking about the service chief now. He put an Igbo man there. He made an Igbo man the Minister of Works. It's never been done in the history of this country. And the person he made Minister of Works, the very competent engineer, Umahi, who was formerly the governor of Ebonyi State. Go to Ebonyi State today. You will not believe that Ebonyi State is part of the Southeast. Ebonyi State is the most developed part of the Southeast today as I'm talking with you. And all these things happen, well, okay, progressively, showed a lot of commitment by all those who ran the affairs of Ebonyi State, right? Then Tinubu made him Minister of Works. For that, I am very happy, and I owe Tinubu my gratitude. He has my support for that. He did not ignore us like his predecessor did. And I hear that somebody from this part is also in charge of FEMA or something, never done. Is it FEMA or never? What is it, FEMA?
Yeah, the maintenance agency.
And all that. Okay, right now, Abba has its own source of electricity. It couldn't have happened under Buhari, no. You look at the problem that the country has. Look, Vin, if you were born in England, you are a Briton. If you were born in America, you're an American. You are free to contest any political office where you were born, either in America, in Britain, France, you name it. It's not the same thing here. It's not. And it is part of our problem. We inject religion, we inject tribe. These are divisive forces. There is no way they can glue Nigeria together. And that is why I think it's particularly painful that we're running this country along those lines and we expect progress. Vin, it never happens like that. It does not. It does not. Like I said, if you were born in England, you're a Briton. The person who is running England today, I think, is an Indian.
Yeah, Indian descent. Yeah.
Thank you, right? The person who is vice president in America, this lady, has Indian blood.
Is it because we lack a sense of nationhood? Or is it because we don't want to change things in Nigeria? What do you think is the reason why this kind of behavior is exhibited by leaders?
You have blocked your eyes and head to progress. Most of the people who wind up running the affairs of this country have a lot to do with the outside world. Somehow, whatever experience they may have gathered from international circles never gets reflected on the policies that they evolve in the country. And look, okay, we are talking about handshake across the Niger. The governor of ENUGU State employed, I think, a Yoruba man to be in charge of the broadcasting house, right? Good. A few days ago, a Yoruba man in Anambra was promoted permanent secretary. Vin, that is exactly what handshake across the Niger means. Look, people keep shouting about restructuring. Nobody ever sits down to tell you what restructuring is all about. It's always in their head. Just say because others are saying it, right? Somebody who is born in the north should be able to contest any office in the north, in spite of his religion. That is how a country progresses. I mean, okay, Tinubu must know that a Yoruba man is running the broadcasting house in Enugu. Tinubu must know that a Yoruba man has been appointed permanent secretary in Anambra State, right? I mean,
But Tinubu also appointed an Igbo man economic advisor in Lagos.
beautiful. You know, why don't we expand this gesture so that it becomes the norm? Why don't we just do it so that people from other parts of the country can emulate us? Because, I mean, if, for example, you, Vin, you were born in the north and you're a commissioner in the north, right? Anybody who comes from the north will be close to me. Because you, as an Igbo man who was born there, you have been given a position there. A big political office is what you're handling. That is what brings the country together. We're not using our heads. Look, I was invited to Lagos for the birthday celebration of, I forgot, this lady's, the husband answers a Bedike Divo, but it's not really, it's from River State.
Okay.
You know, I'll remember his name as the production goes on, you know. That same day I landed in Lagos, there was so much activity. I was told that Dangote's petrol station or something was to be commissioned on that day.
Yeah, the refinery.
Good! And I said, God, I thank you, Lord. It means that the price of petrol will drop. It was commissioned. Only for me to learn later that it has not even been completed. You know, God! You see, why must we fool people in the country? Why? So when people say that Nigerians are fraudsters, etc., we feel it. But we deliberately create circumstances that attract that kind of condemnation. Have you noticed that we just finished AFCON? Is it AFCON, yeah. African something, Africa football?
The championship.
Good. There was no Igbo, there was no Nigerian who was invited as a referee. There was none. There was none. You had referees from Namibia, referees from them. There was none. Nigeria is the biggest of all the countries that were competing there. There was no referee. Why? Not because we don't qualify, no. But how we are assessed by the international community. They can't afford to be honest. Don't include them. It's painful for me.
When the issues matter and the need to know matters.
The chief of staff of Nigeria couldn't go to his village because it was being occupied by Boko Haram.
Politicians and political parties have massively used money to buy votes and to change the course of electoral direction.
You will also remember the very APC itself set up a Rufai committee recommending structuring doesn't mean anything. Go back to federalism.
Or the fun and the fair to relieve everyday care.
Life is a riddle, my son. The land bled when Uvorawen was put in shackles. Heaven wept when Saruwiwa was laid to rest.
Everything comes with the Judge Tufoni. Everything comes with who I am.
The Signature Show, your show that matters.
In 1953, Anthony Nahoro moved a motion for self-governance. The North wasn't quite ready. So it took us 7 years from 53 to 1960 to come to an agreement on what should be the thing that binds us together to keep us as a country. And it was freedom, total freedom to the federating units, which were only 3 at the time, then became 4 when Midwest region was created. And don't forget that at that time, therefore, the Western region paid people 5 shillings, the Eastern region paid 3 shillings, the North paid 2 shillings. Nobody was jealous. Nobody talked about national wage. Nobody. And the West could boast free education. It didn't have to be throughout the whole country. They were able to have free education because that's what they wanted. They could boast. They were first to bring in to have television in the country. Today, if you have to go and ask federal government for permission, I'm sure they would not have been able to say that because they might have been denied. We went further. You could even have your own trade relationship outside the country. So the regions had things called agents in London. And only the one that represented all of Nigeria was called the High Commissioner. We had trade commodity boards. We had freedom. Nobody told the Western region how to use their cocoa money. Nobody told the Eastern region how to use their palm oil money. Nobody told the North how to use their groundnut and hides and skins money. They used it the best they could and paid the salaries that they could and developed the place as best they could, and there was no jealousy. Instead, there was, if you like, rivalry. I'm going to do more than you. I'm going to do more than you for my people. God rest his soul in peace. Professor Nwabo said, the man that I really admire, so oh my God, he said he admits that he wrote to me, will have made a mistake in writing the kind of constitution they wrote in 1978. Because they saw the divisions coming because of what some of the things that had happened. That if you have a strong center, it'll be able to bind all of us together. No, it works the other way around. If you allow people to go on their own, and as we had before, that's why I say I am not preaching what didn't happen before. I'm preaching what we always had that worked for us, and it worked for us. No one state today that can threaten the federation. No one state. Before, the regions were big enough that they could threaten and go, and you won't be able to stop them. Forget the fact that, okay, Biafra was stopped. They were reasons. But they were large enough to really tear the federation apart. But today, there's no one state that can threaten. Where would they go to? So everybody will be very happy to remain to be sent. But then, you have to make sure that that center is not in any way, doesn't even pretend in any way to be superior to the states. They must be co-equal.
When the issues matter and the need to know matters.
The chief of staff of Nigeria couldn't go to his village because it was being occupied by Boko Haram.
Politicians and political parties have massively used money to buy votes and to change the course of electoral direction.
You will also remember the very APC itself set up ENUGU committee recommending structuring doesn't mean anything. Go back to federalism.
Or the fun and the fair to relieve everyday care.
Life is a...
It's not the system. It's the fault of the driver, right? Good. I mean, if you engage another driver to handle the same car, he becomes very careful. You will now see the difference between that driver and the previous one. There is nothing wrong with the system we are operating. Nope. The people who are operating the system, they are the people who are creating the problem. Yeah. Like I said, go on.
Let me just ask you two questions. One, you are worried about how the Southeasterners are treated in Nigeria, and you've said it openly. You're not hiding
my grouse.
Your grouse. I don't want to say your anger.
No, grouse.
Then, two, you're also worried about how the country is being led. And I will ask you in very few sentences, what would be your suggestion for how the Igbos are treated in Nigeria and how the leadership is, forgive me, in quotes, messing up the growth of the country?
I can talk with some measure of competence on the kind of treatment that the Igbos have been subject. without provocation, I don't know why we're being, well, I don't know why we're being treated like that. I don't know. Subjected to all forms of inhuman treatment, all forms of tribulation. We are blessed. As a matter of fact, it's a common saying that if you go to any part of the world, you don't find an Igbo man come out. You know, there's no life there. I believe that. You know, we are being treated just like the Jews. And by the way, I hear that we have some affiliation with the Jews. That must be true, right? Because you look at the kind of punishment, the kind of treatment the Jews are subjected to, you ask yourself, what have these people done? Okay. They killed Christ, right? Good. I want to feel that the origin, the genesis of their problems, you know. Otherwise, I mean, Hitler killed 6 million of them, right? I mean, we borrowed this thing from America, right? America has been operating this system for God knows how long, right? Good. They don't have the kind of problem we have, right? We are responsible for it. I mean, we always place religion and tribe first in whatever we do. And these are divisive factors. That's what I'm trying to make you understand, you know. The man who is running England today, I mean, Britain today, is of Indian descent, and you know.
So the problem, from your point of view, is this politics of indigenship and citizenship.
Yeah, that's right. That's the major. You see, it's a major plank of discontent. If you ask me, you know, a lot of people believe that for as long as these two factors determine whatever we do, there is no way we can progress in the country. There is no way. Okay. Before Buhari's team came in, Jonathan was in charge. Now, before Jonathan left, he convoked a confab. And people were drawn from all parts of the country. On the eve of his departure, they came out to their deliberations. Buhari took over, and those deliberations were spiked. You see, you know, I keep asking myself, what really is wrong with this country? Okay, no matter how bad, nobody's completely bad. In politics, we condemn ourselves so much that, I mean, we believe that nobody is good in politics. That's not what it ought to be. It's not vain. I mean, okay, today people are suggesting we have local, state police, we have police for local government. All these suggestions were made during Buhari's time. They were all turned down. Now, because we cannot contain the ravages of banditry and all that, we are going back to all those suggestions that were made, and they are now being considered by the House. That's what I'm telling you. When Buhari was on, any suggestion you made from here was interpreted as being motivated by the desire to unseat Buhari, which is nonsense. I mean, if you're doing something that is not very good and somebody says, look, don't you think it will be better if you did it this way? Why don't you give that idea a trial? I mean, thank you very much, give the trial and see how it works. You know, you see, when we were training in the BBC, we were taught how to pronounce words, names, etc. Somebody said, I come from Barbados, and the Englishman said, eh? Why don't you try calling it Barbados? Barbados. But that's the right pronunciation. I come from Jamaica. It's Jamaica. You know, you are there to learn. So when somebody tells you, try it this way, right? It's a very polite way of saying the one you did previously is not the right one, right? Okay. All the people, if you suggest from the Christian South to a Muslim president, why don't you try this thing this way? The general impression is that you want to unseat him. So how can we progress? How can, it is not the political system that we operate that, it's the people who run the system.
The people we've recruited.
That's right. The people we recruited to run the system, right?
Okay.
Well,
I know how you feel about what is happening. But let's talk about what you do now, Nollywood, you know.
Okay.
Let me be a little personal. I know that a couple of years back, you, for instance, shot a lot of films in my residence. And one thing I noticed was that there was a lot of humility exhibited by you. There was a lot of patience, especially with recording timelines and what have you and all that and all that. And today I've seen conversations by people in your industry about the impatience of today's generation of actors and actresses. And you've talked about morality. Tell me about it.
You see, I cannot accept 2 or 3 scripts at a time, no. I accept 1 script at a time, so that whenever I finish shooting that 1 script, I can go on to shoot another one. I mean, if you think I am relevant enough to star in your production, good. Allow me to finish with the one I am doing. When I am through, I join you. If you feel that there is somebody who can replace me, please go ahead. But I will not hold your production to ransom by accepting money from you while I am still doing another. No. That's, you know, Arnold Schwarzenegger is my mate. He was being interviewed and he was saying exactly what I am saying now. He said, I don't take 2 scripts. No, 1 at a time. Even, what's his name, Rambo, you know, all mates, Stallone, it's the same thing. But the young men you have today will take 2, 3, 4 scripts at a time. So they're permanently in a hurry to leave your set. Everybody is held to ransom, you know. Please, I can't, look, I'm not, I have to be away in the next 2 days. I have a job in Asaba, I have a job. We were not raised like that. We were not.
You say that those of you that are older in the industry, you're not good mentors?
I'm not going to say we're not good mentors, but I don't think we are even permitted to mentor. You see,
they don't have that disposition.
No, they don't. I'm not even sure they think contributions from us can be relevant or didactic. I don't think so. Otherwise, right, why wouldn't they emulate us? I've been on set with most youngsters and I've seen them hurry. Look, I have a job in Asaba. I have a job in Lagos. I mean, my plane has already... You know, Vin, at the risk of sounding immodest, take our names outside the country. The only actor people know in this internationally is Peter Edochie. They will tell you the bearded man with the red cap. You know, from the days of Okonkwo and up to I have been molded in some places. All right. Let me now talk about myself. There are places where I have been molded. You lean on me and you pay $8 or something. You take a photograph. There's a university where I am. Look, the last time that they had the Black American man, about 2 months ago, a very big picture of Peter Edochie was. I don't know who does all this, but I'm telling you that internationally they don't know these people. But they bother so much. You know, they disturb us on set. There's a film I'm shooting in Lagos. A lot of people have flown in. They saw part of this thing. And they begin to ask questions. Who is this man? now I'm beginning to branch off, talk about myself. Let's leave it. You see, most of these youngsters, they don't know what it means to be modest, to be patient. They don't. They don't. If you go to interview any one of them, they will tell you that they become an actor from the mother's womb. And anybody who is an actor or a footballer must have somebody who is a source of inspiration to him. You must. Peter Doche was inspired by Sir Laurence Olivier, who was regarded as the greatest actor ever. He went through Shakespeare single-handed. He inspired me. There's a man today called Anthony Hopkins. This is a man who will admit to you that he was inspired by Sir Laurence Olivier, right? Just like Denzel Washington was inspired by Sidney Poitier. You see, you cannot be a great person on your own. When I was playing football, I was playing with my right leg. After some time, I saw somebody called Elkanah Onyali using his left. I started to try, and I ended up playing with my left leg. I was being called Onyali. It is the same thing with everybody who is a good footballer today. He will tell you, this person inspired me. You interview most of the actors in the country. They will not give credit to anybody. No, no, no. They were so great from their mother's womb. They were so, fantastic. I mean, that's madness now, I mean.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
Good afternoon. Welcome to Global News and Signature TV. I'm Charles Pius. In the headlines, ESIMA appeals to ENUGU government to make provision for the trade fair complex in its annual budget. Peter Obi blasts Governor Alia for blocking him from visiting internally displaced persons camps in Benue State. Qatar and Egypt agree to work towards a package of $7.5 billion in direct Qatari investment. Treasury Secretary Bessent says U.S. supports Argentina's economic reforms. Details shortly. We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken it through by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments.
The ENUGU Chamber of Commerce, Industry, Mines and Agriculture, ESIMA, has appealed to the ENUGU State Government to make provisions for the development of ENUGU International Trade Fair Complex in its annual budget. The president of ESIMA, Odega Jidong, made the appeal at the closing ceremony of the 36th ENUGU International Trade Fair held at the Permanent Trade Fair Complex in ENUGU. Correspondent Ugone Walo covered the event and now reports.
It has been 10 days of exhibition of goods and services, engagements, building of business relationships and networks, as well as building and selling at the ENUGU International Trade Fair. And once again, the fair has proven to be a platform for growth, innovation and collaboration with the ultimate aim of bringing about economic growth and development. Over the past few days, the ENUGU Chamber of Commerce, Industry, Mines and Agriculture, ESIMA, has brought together businesses, innovators and leaders from across the region. Exhibitors showcased their latest products and services, from cutting-edge technology to innovative manufacturing solutions. This was highlighted by the ESIMA president, Odega Jidong, during the closing ceremony of the 36th ENUGU International Trade Fair. Jidong, in his remarks, thanked all who attended and showed support to the chamber during the fair. He appealed to the government to include development of the trade fair complex in the annual state budget.
We have indeed been able to successfully host the 36th ENUGU International Trade Fair. This could not have been possible without your support and the confidence reposed on us. My sincere appreciation goes to all of you who traveled this route with us. You believed in us, you shared our pain, you stood by us, and this morning, with a heart filled with joy, I wish to tell you that we are indeed grateful.
International trade fairs are licensed to hold in the different geopolitical zones of Nigeria. ENUGU is one of them, Lagos is one, Kaduna is one of them. And it is upon the federal government to develop the infrastructure in the trade fair complex. Such development has been done in Kaduna and Lagos and Abuja, but that has been absent in ENUGU. We've appealed to the government severally, times without number. This appeal had gone on for years. We've been appealing to the federal government to include the development of this complex in the budget, in the annual budget.
Sellers expressed concern about low patronage during the fair, blaming it on the location of the arena.
First of all, the kind of money that's been paid by those that are selling is too much. And when you are selling something just to make your gain, you want to sell so you can come up. But when you give them your price, nobody want to buy anything there because of what they have already given out.
The patronage has been, let me say, people are crying when you check due to the condition of the country, the economic hardship, and so on and so forth. Even though it's unlike before, as the trade fair it used to be, usually be. So I can say they have tried, though it's not up to what we are selling the previous years. But at least when you check the condition of the country now and the economy, you say people are still trying, they are still coming up.
What do you?
There are so many factors. Number one is, let me say, the inflation rate. What you are buying maybe before the previous year, what you are buying maybe in 3,000 naira, now it has become 7,000 naira or even 8,000 naira. That is number one. And number two, there is no money in people's hands. People don't have money. Number two. Another factor is that due to so many people now are not, let me say, they are not watching the local stations now. So this is another factor that make the let me say, the turnover very low, because so many people don't even know that they are receiving traffic that is happening due to all the social media that we are having now. Unlike before, if it is before now, you see the local stations or both the radio and the TV station, people are watching it. But now, so many people are not watching it.
The closing ceremony featured the presentation of gifts to outstanding companies.
I present this award of excellence to you on this day, 14th April 2025. Congratulations.
The trade fair provided a platform for businesses to connect, collaborate, and forge new partnerships. Entrepreneurs and investors also seized the opportunity to showcase their ideas and secure some deals. From the permanent trade fair complex in ENUGU, Ugonno Walo reporting for Signature TV.
The Transikulu ENUGU residence of the late football icon has continued to place hosts to prominent Nigerians, governments, functionaries, football administrators, ex-footballers, and members of the public. Among the visitors that have visited the family is the former governor of the old Anambra State and former minister Jim Nwobodo, who led a large delegation, including his son Jim Jr. Nwobodo, on a condolence visit. Correspondent Lillian Wali interacted with some of the visitors.
In a show of unity and deep respect, dignitaries, football administrators, and members of the public have continued to visit the ENUGU residence of late Rangers and Super Eagles player and coach, late Christian Chukwu. Addressing the family and the large crowd that gathered to identify with the family of the late international footballer and coach, Jim Nwobodo described Christian Chukwu as a full Nigerian who spent the major part of his life serving the country. He, however, regretted that Chukwu was not given the care and attention he deserved based on what he did for Nigeria. Nwobodo said the crowd in his house is an eloquent testimony of his rare personality, saying that Chukwu deserved to be immortalized by not just the Southeast, but the government of Nigeria.
Chukwu is not just the Nigerian, but it's a good Nigeria. Chukwu played for this country all his life. He worked for this country all his life. And unfortunately, I had expected that he would stay longer, be with us. But as I have always believed, that if you want to praise somebody, say it when he's alive, not when he's dead, because he doesn't know what you're saying now. Can't even move on. The important thing is to stay where he is and tell him that you value him. And you should have done that. Okay, what he has done for Nigeria, I'm not talking about him, what he has been done by Nigeria is one of the best. When you are a young man and you work for your country and you make your country proud, you should be mobilized. And I believe that you did everything.
The former governor, who expressed displeasure on the way Nigerian stars are being treated, told the Nigeria Football Federation to pay all entitlements owed Chukwu to the family and to ensure that the family is well catered for. Chukwu's playmate and ex-Rangers and national goalkeeper Emmanuel Okala, who spoke to Signature TV in his residence, pulls away from Christian Chukwu's family house, described the death of his former teammate as a big shock and the worst news that he has received this year. He stated that several ex-Rangers players are currently down with illness and singled out the Anambra State Governor Chukwuma Soludo as the only Southeast governor currently taking care of the retired players.
That news filtered into me around between 10 a.m. and 11 a.m. on Saturday morning. And it was a big shock. The worst news I've received for this year. I couldn't believe it. Because I knew we are all sick, going to the hospital and out. I didn't know that this last one he will go. He will not come out there alive. So it's a shock to me. And I'm just picking up because of the visit of Chief Jim Ifeanyi Chukwumobu, His Excellency, and the ex-Rangers members, and my family, and our friends that visited me this afternoon, straight from Christian's house, because we live close by each other. Yes, Johnny Wanaka, one of our goalkeepers, is sick. Dominic Mobo is sick. Who again? Iluna is well, he's not sick, but he needs maintenance. His age now. Dr. Jenny Ebuwan is age. They all need maintenance. And a lot of others. It's only the Anambra State governor, Chukwuma Solution, Oluwatwegu, is taking good care of the ex-Rangers. Peter Obi did that when he was governor of Anambra State. The whole Rangers were not Anambra indigenous. Obiano, His Excellency, did that when he was governor. And Soludo have taken over and doing better than those two people I mentioned, two excellencies I mentioned their name. So we are in the good hands of Soludo.
Some ex-Rangers and Super Eagles players and coaches also spoke about the interaction with Christian Chukwu.
Chairman Chukwu was my coach in Super Eagles, and I was there 3 weeks ago with him when he called me for me to come and all those things. It's so painful that he have gone, he's no more here, but he lived a very good life. We love him so much. He's a man who is driven by passion in anything that he's doing, you know. So may his soul rest in perfect peace.
I and Christian Chukwu, we coached Rangers 1997. He is the technical advisor and I'm chief coach of Rangers 1997. And then in 2000 and again, we worked again in Rangers, two of us. So I studied him, I know him very well.
Personally, Chairman Christian Chukwu is my Oga. I worked with him in Rangers for years, and he in turn recommended me for national team. He was instrumental for me coaching the national team under 20, which we won the Nations Cup in 2015 in Senegal and went for World Cup in New Zealand. So he's my Oga in every ramification, and I will simply describe him as a man without an enemy.
The crowd that has continued to converge and commiserate with the family is an eloquent testimony of Chukwu's rare personality. And having served the former East Central State, Anambra, ENUGU State, and of course Nigeria, and the African nation, one expects that the call from various quarters that Christian Chukwu should be immortalized by not just the Southeast, but the Nigerian government will not fall on deaf ears. In ENUGU, Lilian Mwali for Signature TV.
death toll in Monday's attack on ZK community, Kimapa, a Kwal district of Bassa local government area of Plateau State, has hit 51, with several houses razed. The attack, which occurred in the early hours of Monday around 12 a.m., also left many others injured. A youth leader in the community, Joseph Chudu, who confirmed the attack, said that the gunmen arrived in the community in large numbers, shooting and burning their houses. The youth leader, who is also the publicity secretary of ENUGU Youth Movement, called for urgent action to address the security situation in the state, while appealing for blood donations to help the injured victims. Last week, several communities in Boko's council area were attacked by gunmen, resulting in the deaths of over 50 persons and the destruction of property. The Plateau State government had condemned the killings and urged the security agents to fish out the perpetrators. Meanwhile, President Bola Tinubu has expressed sorrow over the recent bloodshed in Plateau State. The President, in a statement by the presidential spokesman Ubayo Onanuga, condemned the violence and extended his sympathy to Governor Caleb Mufwang, the state government, and the people of Plateau. Tinubu urged the governor to summon the necessary political will to resolve the crisis and establish enduring peace, emphasizing the importance of love and unity beyond religious and ethnic lines. He encouraged community, spiritual, and political leaders within and beyond the state to unite and end the cycle of retaliatory attacks that had made their life unbearable for affected communities. In developing stories that we're following for you within the ENUGU metropolis, reports just reaching us say that 3 policemen have been gunned down early this morning near the Ozuda Markets, Achi, in Oji River local government area of Enugu State. The policemen were manning a checkpoint when some unknown gunmen arrived the scene to carry out the acts, after which they set their police patrol van ablaze. The situation threw the area into confusion as traders at the popular Ozuda market took to their heels. Security operatives have cordoned off the area and blocked the road from Achi to Inyi. We will also bring you details as they emerge. Former Vice President Atiku Abubakar has Atiku lashed out at President Bola Tinubu over the recent Plateau killing, saying his security policy and infrastructure have failed woefully. In a statement by his media aide, Paul Ibe, the former Vice President also condemns the upsurge in terrorist attacks in Borno, which has led to the loss of lives and properties and territories to Boko Haram insurgents. Atiku said that these manifestations are indicative of the woeful failure of both the security policy and infrastructure of the Tinubu-led administration. He therefore called on the federal government to take tougher, proactive measures to deal with what he called disgraceful incidents that challenged national security. Atiku noted that the delay in the prosecution of captured terrorists and bandits in custody since 2016 has emboldened the mass murderers to kill with impunity, insisting that the prosecution of terrorists and bandits should be accorded the highest priority by the Attorney General of the Federation. The 2023 presidential candidate of the Labour Party, Peter Obi, has visited victims and families of those affected by the recent spate of killings in the Bokos local government area of Plateau State. During the visit, Obi announced a donation of 7.5 million naira to support displaced children, support their education and other pressing needs within the community. He noted that the contributions built upon previous efforts by his supporters, describing the violence as unacceptable in a country not officially at war. The former Anambra governor's visit included a trip to Bokos, where he met with displaced persons, children, and survivors of the attacks. Obi lamented the scale of the destruction and called for urgent action to protect innocent lives. Nigerians, he says, should not be killed or forced to flee their homes when we are not at war. Meanwhile, Obi has accused the Benue State government of politicizing his planned visit to internally displaced persons camps and health institutions in the state. In a statement shared via his X handle, Obi expressed disappointment over what he described as deliberate attempts to frustrate his humanitarian trip to Benue, lamenting what he called the growing politicization of good causes in Nigeria. He said the governor of the state, Reverend Father Hyacinth Aliyah, had moved to block a planned visit by Obi to camps housing internally displaced persons in the state, saying he could not guarantee the security of any high-profile figure in the state. Obi explained that his visit, scheduled for April 14th, was part of a two-day state outreach beginning in Plateau on April 13th, but that while the Plateau State Governor warmly welcomed his intention to visit, he was unable to directly reach Benue State Governor despite several attempts. He said that no feedback came until the evening of Sunday, April 13th, when the ADC admitted he had been unable to contact the governor for 3 days. The Anambra State Police Command and other security agencies have rolled out armored tanks and other gadgets to intensify the fight against crime, especially this Easter and beyond. The ceremony, which is in line with the launch of Operation Zero Kidnapping and other violence crimes in the state, codenamed Udogachi, took place at the Amoba flyover, Oka, the state's capital.
Launching the Operation Udogachi, Zero Kidnapping and Other Violent Crime Security Measures, the State Commissioner of Police, Ikioye Orutugu, said police operatives will be more visible, employing stop and search and raids of eatery and drinking spots. Orutugu vowed to continue pushing crime out of Anambra society in liaison with the Army, Navy, Air Force, and other paramilitary groups and the vigilante groups. He assured Anambra communities of a crime-free Easter and going forward.
Entertainment, a hub of games, a hub of enjoyment has become some sort of a shadow of its own self.
The State Commandant of Nigeria's Security and Civil Defense Corps, Makun Olatunde, confirmed that the security operatives are chasing criminal elements out of the bushes in the state. Stakeholders like hoteliers, farmers, and civil society groups who sent their goodwill messages commended the Udogachi security outfit for its efforts at reducing crime, but called for full implementation of anti-cultism law to nip the crime in the bud.
The service commanders will be given to their heads and the additional police will humbly help behind to take pictures with stakeholders like Ultimate Human Group, AGNO, Anambra State Association of Restaurants and Bars, members of PCRC usually.
Yeah, like I was saying, government should provide more operational beds for the services. Trucks, motorbikes, and everything they need to combat this crime. Because if government do their own part, they do their own part, and we as ordinary civilians in the color want to do our own part by giving the right information.
The launch witnessed the demonstration of combat readiness by the officers of
The Umunano community in Ibueza North local government area of Enugu State has urged a member representing Ibueza North and Udenu Federal constituency in the House of Representatives, Dennis Abu, to return to the People's Democratic Party, PDP. The community made the call during a condolence visit to the legislator at his village, Uda, in Enugu Ezike over the loss of his elder brother, Emmanuel Abu, who was laid to rest recently. Signature TV's correspondent, Precious Chiagoro, reports.
As the 2027 general election approaches, political parties are thinking about forming coalition and alliances, while some members are defecting from one political party to another. But for the people of Umunano community in Ibueza North local government area of Enugu State, their desire is for the legislator, Dennis Abu, who represents Ibueza North and Udenu Federal constituency in the House of Representatives, to return to his former party, the People's Democratic Party, PDP. They believe that the current government has demonstrated strong leadership and should be supported by like-minded individuals like Abu. The coordinator for Egalo Umunano spoke the mind of the people, describing Abo as a man of his words, whose good works align with those of the Enugu State Governor.
Then some of us who fought before against the PDP now consider to go back to PDP because of the governor. That is Dr. Pitamba. Today in Nigeria, Pitamba remains the best governor as we know him. If you go around in all the wards in Enugu State, the smart school is going on. Some of them have been completed. Some are about to be completed.
Other members of the delegation spoke in like manner.
I wasn't a member of Labour Party. Up till today, I didn't register with Labour Party. But I wanted a good candidate. And I followed it from the beginning to the end.
The governor of the state is just your replica. I am one of the most ardent followers of the governor since beginning.
Integrity. Join hand with Mr. Pitamba. That is what we have been clamoring for. That is the kind of person that we have been clamoring for.
Dennis Abo expressed gratitude to his constituents for their condolence visits and counsel, saying that the governor's policies resonate with his own agenda. He said he would give consideration to their advice about possible return to the PDP.
Now, I say make I sign. Should I sign? Sign. Oh God.
The call, which reflects the growing trend in political realignment ahead of major elections, is a pointer that more defections may likely happen in the days and months ahead. Only recently, the governorship candidate of the Labour Party in the 2023 governorship election, Chijioke Edoga, returned to the PDP, following a visit by a delegation from the People's Democratic Party, which extended the olive branch to him. Precious Chagon, reporting for Signature TV News.
Up ahead, Rivers government faults reasons for shifts of NBA conference to Enugu State. PDP Governors Forum rule out merger with other parties. Do stay with us.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Welcome back. This is Global News on Signature TV. The ENUGU Youth Movement, whose membership cuts across different political parties, has also pleaded with Dennis Abo to return to the PDP fold. The youth movement, which equally paid a condolence visit to Abo on the demise of his elder brother, used the opportunity to congratulate him on the final court pronouncements that affirmed his victory at the polls. Those who spoke during the visit said they would want the community to operate from a common platform for greater impact.
We are here at Honorable Dennis Abo's house for 3 things, or probably 4 things. The first one is to congratulate him for winning the court. The second one is to say sorry, to pay condolence visits to him for losing his younger brother. It's not easy, but we hope that he takes heart and everything. And then the third one, we are here to beg him that we know that he has been doing well. The works he has been doing, we have been seeing, and we appreciate him so much. We are so much appreciative for all the things he has been doing in Udenu and everything. So we are here to beg him to join PDP and to also join Pitamba in good works he has been doing. So both of them will work hand in hand and then improve Udenu as a whole.
Work he has done so well, and we are here today to appeal so that we will now join our able governor in the person of Dr. Peter Ndubisimba in his party. So we are the youth of Udenu appealing before him to come back to PDP so that him and our able governor can move on.
Responding, the member for Ibueza North and Udenu Federal Constituency in the House of Representatives, Dennis Abo, says he would not take the advice for granted. The Rivers State government says there is no justification for the shift in venue of the 2025 General Conference of the Nigerian Bar Association from Port Harcourt to Enugu. In a statement signed by the Senior Special Assistant on Media to the Sole Administrator, Hector Igbiko-Vobo, the government noted that the reason cited for shifting the venue, particularly the insinuation that the Sole Administrator's actions have undermined democracy and the rule of law, is misleading and uncharitable. The statement, which acknowledged the right of the NBA to determine the venue of the event, however, noted that the statements overlooked the constitutional basis for the current administration in Rivers State. It stated that the declaration of the state of emergency was a necessary response by the President Bola Tinubu to a breakdown of public order and democratic processes in exercise of his constitutional authority and in the best interest of the state. According to the statement, the mandate of the sole administrator is clear, which is to oversee a transition period that ensures the return of full democratic governance in line with the constitution. The government therefore told the NBA to refund the 300 million naira already paid by the Rivers State government for the hosting rights of the conference to demonstrate its integrity. Rivers State Administrator, retired Vice Admiral Ibok Ibas, has pledged to uphold the law and ensure the welfare of all residents regardless of political affiliations. Speaking at a meeting with the Rivers State Chairman of the National Youth Council of Nigeria in Port Harcourt, Ibas urged young people to engage in policies aimed at restoring democratic institutions and fostering lasting peace. He highlighted ongoing consultations with stakeholders, civil society groups, traditional rulers, and others to build trust and identify development priorities.
Therefore, I call on all of you, the vibrant and energetic youth of this state, to embrace collaboration, dialogue, and continuous engagement. It is imperative that we all work together as one to ensure that the mandate entrusted to me by Mr. President is fulfilled. I will continue to prioritize the restoration of democratic institutions and to make every effort to restore peace and stability to our beloved state. Our goal is clear: to reposition Rivers State to its rightful place as one of the leading states in the Federation, and to create a conducive environment for sustainable development for all generations, However, this vision can only be realized through collective action. I urge all hands to be on deck. Your active participation, commitment, and support will be key in helping us achieve these lofty goals. Together, we can build River State that we will all be proud of, where peace, prosperity, and progress prevail for all.
In his address, the River State Chairman of the National Youth Council of Nigeria, Nwizabari Bani, thanks IBAS for the engagement and assured of the support of the youths for his administration.
This orientation will move from senatorial district basis to local government level with a partnership with the Ministry of Youth and the government in place. When we are done with communicating the value and policies of government to the young people at the grassroots, and we have been able to dialogue, to diffuse the tension in the atmosphere, it will be appropriate that they are ready to be absorbed into the development strategy of the society. And it will be very bad if you catch them young, as the popular saying says, and you don't engage them. There is every probability that the devil that will come back might be 7 times greater. So as a result of that, our think tank in the entire leadership of the state have come together to say there will be need for engagement. A youth, a skill. One youth, one skill program, if it's launched, which will cut across agripreneur, agricultural, we have to harness that agricultural sector very well, which River State is capable of being food sufficient if that is actually adhered to.
The leadership of one of the major opposition parties in Nigeria is still unclear after the Supreme Court ruled that the courts cannot determine the leadership of political parties in the country. The leadership of the Nigerian Labour Congress, however, threatened to take over the Labour Party National Secretariat in Abuja and state offices. This prompted a visit to the Abuja National Secretariat of the party at Utako by correspondent Nasiru Usman to monitor the situation.
The hostility to the media was unrestrained. The secretary of the Labour Party, Farouk Umar Ibrahim, was a step short of physical assault. He queried why Signature TV should be interested in the planned NLC takeover of the party secretariat and ordered this reporter out of the party secretariat. In contrast to the reaction of Farouk Ibrahim, the outside of the Labour Party headquarters was normal. 3 policemen at the gate, a police vehicle and a federal road safety vehicle were the only sign of increased security. If there was any anticipation of an invasion by Labour activists, it did not show, except that the security men would not allow any video coverage of the area. They did this in a firm but respectful manner. When Signature TV contacted National Publicity Secretary of the party, Obiora Ifo, he said that he was not aware of the NLC threat to take over the party offices. The Supreme Court had ruled that political party leadership is the internal affairs of the political parties, which the courts cannot determine. The Nigeria Labour Congress had last Thursday issued a statement that as a major stakeholder in the party, its interest must be taken account of, as 3 people still lay claim to the chairmanship of the party even after the Supreme Court ruling. Julius Abure and his supporters say the Supreme Court ruling amounts to an endorsement of the ENUGU Convention, which extended its leadership. Lamidi Apapa, who many say is a fly in the ointment, also cites the Supreme Court verdict as a certification of his claim to the chairmanship of the Labour Party. Meanwhile, the Abia State Governor, the only governor from the Labour Party led a delegation to the headquarters of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, seeking recognition of Senator Nenadi Usman executive as the authentic leaders of the party. All claimants draw their positions from the Supreme Court ruling. For now, the party secretariat in Abuja is not showing any sign of being torn by these numerous claims. In Abuja, I am Nasiru Usman for Signature TV.
The People's Democratic Party, PDP's Governors Forum, has ruled out the speculations about joining any coalition or merger with any party. The forum, which was hosted by the Governor of Oyo State, Seyi Makinde in Ibadan, however, said it will welcome any party, persons or groups that are willing to join the party with a view to wresting power and enthroning good leadership in 2027. The governors later, after a closed-door session which lasted for about 2 hours, issued a communique which was read by Chairman of the PDP Governors Forum and Governor of Bauchi State, Bala Mohammed.
We condemn the recent attacks in Plateau State and commiserate with the government and people of the state, especially those who lost their lives and properties during the recent mishap. Number 5, the forum resolved that working in conjunction with the National Working Committee, NWC, and other relevant organs of the party to hold a NEC meeting on the 27th of May 2025, constitute a zoning committee that will address all issues relating to zoning of the party offices and hold an early convention in August 2025, precisely on the 28th, 29th, and 30th of August in the ancient city of Kano. Number 6, the forum equally recommends the constitution of the zoning and national convention committees for ratification by NWC and NEC as follows. Zoning committee to be made up of Governor Duedri of Bayelsa State as chairman, Governor Dauda Lawal as vice chairman, and Governor Caleb Mutwang as secretary, while the National Convention Committee will be headed by Governor Ahmadu Fintri as chairman, Governor Ademola Adeleke as vice chairman, and Governor Peter Mba as secretary. The forum expressed its deep gratitude to the host governor, His Excellency Engineer Seyi Makinde, the government and people of Oyo State for their unusual and good hospitality to all of us.
The meeting had in attendance Governors Peter Mba of ENUGU State, Abu Kefas of Taraba, Dauda Lawal of Zamfara, Caleb Mutwang of Plateau, Umar Fintiri Adamawa, Ademola Adeleke Osun, and Duodiri of Bayelsa State. Governor Sheriff Abubakar of Delta and Governor Umoyeno of Akwa Ibom were represented by their deputies, while the suspended Governor of Rivers State, Zimile Fubara, was absent at the meeting. The president of the Actors Guild of Nigeria, AG, and Emeka Rollers, has advised Nollywood actors and other industry players to give priority attention to healthy lifestyle to avoid possible breakdown. Rollers made the call at the start of the 2025 annual walk and wellness campaign organized by the Guild in Abuja. He said the spate of health challenges faced by actors in Nollywood in recent times has made the call for healthy living more imperative.
One of the prerequisites for healthiness is to have healthy food, have an exercise, and then we established this work that in the past 3 years now, the issue of actors coming online to beg for support has diminished drastically. It's no longer as frequent as it used to be, which means people are actually keen into this, signing up on the HMO, signing up on other benefits to be members.
I feel that my members are kind of aware to take their health seriously, which is the essence of this work to start with. As we all know rather, actors don't really take their health seriously not because they don't want to, but because of their tight schedules of moving from one film set to the other. And this work is a reminder for them to take their health seriously, even if they don't get to do tests for the rest of the year. At least we're sure that they did test once in a year.
So many people walk about without knowing their health status, all right? You might be having some underlying ailment without you knowing, but through this kind of physical exercise, and of course you can see some doctors are here to check on us. That would at least help the actors so that we would not encounter sudden death. So I'm happy that we're doing this.
Once you're 18 and above, you should obviously know that that is important to your everyday life and how you perceive. And I think it's also a personal thing. There are certain things that you cannot impose on people if they are not open-heartedly and willing to, accept things like that. It can never be overemphasized. I keep saying this over and over again. Health is wealth. Well, it's embarrassing for most of our colleagues coming online to ask for funds for health issues when you can actually tackle this thing.
Host of the events, Mercy Aminu, expressed delight at the full participation of FCT actors in the campaign, and some Nollywood stars who spoke also lent their voices to the Healthy Living campaign while commending the Guild's leadership for the initiative. Still to come, Tanzanian Election Commission disqualifies top opposition party ahead of elections. Cambodia deports unknown number of Taiwanese to China on fraud charges. Details of these and more after the break. To stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Gabon's main opposition candidate, Alain Claude Billy Bayinze, has acknowledged his defeat in the weekend's presidential election. He, however, raised concerns about the fairness of the votes that saw junta leader Brice Oligui Nguema secure a landslide victory.
The choice of continuity, I respect it, even if I cannot support it. Should we congratulate a victory won under such opaque and questionable conditions? All the more so given that the total of the votes attributed to each candidate adds up to 95.18%, leaving 4.82% unaccounted for, raising a legitimate doubt about the accuracy of the figures presented by the Ministry of the Interior. I don't think I congratulated the winner. I believe I was misunderstood. I wished him good luck, but I did not congratulate him. And I am not making myself available to anyone. I am available to the Gabonese people to continue promoting our ideas, the ideas we carried throughout this campaign, which are ideas of rupture, a decisive break, and also a vision of renewed hope for Gabon. This vision is based on a project we presented, focused primarily on economic reform, public finances, and the guaranteed universal income that we propose to the people of Gabon.
Provisional results showed Nguema, who ousted President Ali Bongo in 2023 coup, won 90.35% of votes cast on Saturday, giving him a 7-year mandate to lead the Central African oil producer. The election unfolded without the unrests that marred votes in 2016 and 2023, both of which Ali Bongo's critics said were rigged in his favor. Nguema 50 seized power after the disputed 2023 elections results and ran on pledges to diversify the oil-reliance economy and end corruption. Tanzania's main opposition party, Chadema, has been disqualified from the elections due later this year, days after the party's leader was charged with treason for allegedly seeking to disrupt the votes. Ramadani Kalima, director of the elections at the Independent National Elections Commission, said Chadema had failed to sign a code of conduct document due on Saturday, thereby nullifying its participation in the presidential and parliamentary elections expected to take place in October. Chadema leader Tundu Lissu, a former presidential candidate, was charged with treason on Thursday, and the decision to disqualify his party would intensify scrutiny of President Samila Suluhu Hassan's record on rights as she seeks re-election. Rights campaigners and opposition parties have accused Hassan's government of a growing crackdown on political opponents, citing a string of unexplained abductions and killings. Earlier on Saturday, the party said it would not participate in the elections codes of conduct signing ceremony as part of a push it is making for reforms. And that's the news this hour. Many thanks for watching. I'm Charles Pius. See you on the next one. Cheers. are right now with the wife of the man that was
Why the main market is in chaos? People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye. We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, bad roads, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. Showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Good afternoon and welcome to E-Vibes, the entertainment show on Signature TV. I'm your baby girl, Queen Kunta. Today is Tuesday, 15th of April, 2025. And don't forget that on Tuesdays, we always bring to you our celebrity pick for the week. Yesterday, I wasn't able to reveal to you the gallery visits we made during the weekend. So I'll make sure to do that today. And of course, we have interesting stories that have been making rounds in the entertainment industry. So we'll be doing this 1 hour together, you and I. So let's delve into the stories of the day. Peter Okoye details alleged billion-naira fraud by brother Jude in court testimony. The courtroom drama unfolded on Monday as Peter Okoye of the iconic music duo P-Square delivered damning testimony against his elder brother and former manager Jude Okoye in a high-stakes trial involving alleged money laundering exceeding 1.3 billion naira and $1 million and 34,000 euros. The Federal High Court in Lagos, presided over by Justice Alexandra Owoye, is hearing a 7-count charge brought against Jude Okoye and his company, Northside Music Limited, by the Economic and Financial Crime Commission, following a petition filed by Peter. Leading the EFCC case counsel, Larry Peter Asso, presented Peter Okoye, who recounted his growing suspicion of financial mismanagement and diversion of P-Square's earnings by his brother. Peter testified that the financial arrangements put in place by Jude frequently led to disputes and ultimately left him with no access to the group's fund. The situation escalated, Peter explained, with his discovery of Northside Music Limited, a company allegedly established by Jude without the knowledge of Peter or his twin brother, Paul. He stated that this new entity mirrored the official company Northside Entertainment Limited and appeared to be collecting royalties owed to P-Square. Peter revealed his dismay upon learning that the same aggregators managing P-Square's digital content were also handling Northside's Music Limited, Jude's separate venture. He added that attempt to seek clarification from Paul provoked unsuccessful. His investigation led him to the Corporate Affairs Commission, CAC, where he discovered that Jude and his wife were listed as director of Northside Music Limited, with Jude holding 20% ownership and his wife controlling 80%. Further allegations included difficulties in retrieving their music catalog from Jude, with Peter claiming that the back-end data had been manipulated. He also testified about receiving a $22,000 payment from a new company, Mad Solution, after they took over the catalogs, but was informed that Jude and Paul had already received their respective payments. Peter further alleged that the group's tax consultant informed him that Jude had only paid minimal taxes based on the assertion that P-Square had been inactive since their 2017 split. These findings prompted Peter to instruct his lawyer, Afolabi, to file a formal petition with the EFCC triggering the ongoing investigation. The criminal charges against Jude include allegation of using Northside Music Limited to acquire a property in Parkview Estate, Ikoyi, for 850 million naira, funds the EFCC believes were laundered. Another charge accuses him of converting $1 million through a bureau de change into naira and subsequently transferring the funds to various bank accounts to cancel their origin. Jude Okoye has pleaded not guilty to all charges. The trial has been adjourned until June 4th, when Peter Okoye is scheduled to face cross-examination. Now, reading this particular story, I've just been smiling and blushing because this is actually a family matter but has escalated to business. Now, remember that P-Square, the duo, was managed by their brother, Jude Okoye. So everything, the royalties, the funds, everything that has to do with that particular music industry was handled by him. But along the line, Peter had noticed that he no longer received his own part of the payment. I don't know how that happened. I don't know what escalated. But I know that this whole drama started initially at the beginning of this year, January, you know. And it got to my notice that Paul, on the other side, is siding his brother, Jude. You know, it's now more like 2 against 1. But more to come, we got to find out that Jude had another company that he and his wife are handling. It looks like his wife has more shares than he does. And that particular company was collecting money from P Square, the company that 3 of them were working as. So the question now is, if you are collecting money from here to fund this particular company, I don't have a problem with it. But why am I not getting my royalties? Why am I not getting my payments? And you've not been paying your taxes. You've not been paying taxes. Now, because you've not been paying taxes, I've been asked to pay so amount of money when I am not even being paid from my own job as part of this whole firm and music management. So why am I asked to pay this amount of money when I'm not even being paid? So this whole thing had to make him go to EFCC to do some more investigation. And it is held upon him that this is what he did. He collected 850 million naira to get an apartment in an estate in Ikoyi. This drama is so serious. I didn't even expect them to bring it out on socials. But the fact that they have to go to EFCC, especially Peter, I could understand his heartbreak, because why on earth are you using the money that we work together for to go get an apartment, and I've not gotten my own side of the payments? So I'm working and you're eating, you know. But I think there's more to it too, because this thing would have been resolved privately in a family meeting, but maybe something must have occurred that will make him take it to EFCC. And I think the problem is because Paul is on his side. Because at the end of the day, Paul was getting his own side of the payment, but he himself was not getting his own side of the payments, which is something we really need to look into. But he has pleaded no guilty in this particular case. So let's wait till June to see what the judges and courts has to say in this particular matter. So let's move forward. Award-winning Afrobeat superstar Davido has officially unveiled the track list for his highly anticipated 5th studio album, 5. Generating significant excitement among fans, the album is slated for release on April 18th. In a promotional clip shared across his social media platform, Davido teased the star-studded lineup of guest appearances that will grace the 17-track project. Nigerian music heavyweights Omale and Vitoni are confirmed features, adding to the local flavor of the album. Davido also reunited with fellow Nigerian artists Odumodu Black and Chike, who previously collaborated on the single Fond. Also included in the 5-track list, the album showcases Davido's global appeal with a strong contingent of international collaboration. Jamaican star YG Mali, featured on the previously released lead single Awuke, lead the Caribbean presence, which also includes She Say and 450. Longtime collaborators and American R&B icon Chris Brown makes an appearance alongside 3-time Grammy winner Victoria Monts and Latin pop sensation Becky G, further highlighting the album's diverse sonic landscape. South African music star Musa Keys, known for his contribution to Davido's Grammy-nominated hit Unavailable for his previous album Timeless, also featured on 5 to cater for his international fan base. Davido also enlisted French hitmaker Daju and Taze during a recent Twitch live stream hosted by alternative music star Creole Santino. Davido explained that the title 5 signifies his 5th studio album. Ahead of the full album release, Davido has already dropped 3 singles, the latest being the energetic amapiano track, Be There Still, building further anticipation for 5 and its impressive roster of featured artists. So let's keep our fingers crossed. Let's anticipate, as earlier said, 18th is not far. Today is 15th, so it's in 3 days from now. That should be on Friday. So I'm sure everybody would keep his or her Spotify, Apple Music, everything literally on, to be sure, and getting ready for when Davido's music is going to be dropped. And I'm not going to be surprised at netizens and social media users when they will drop their critics, you know, backlash, you know, condemns, you know, and heads up too, good comments and all to congratulate him on his 5th album, which is titled 5. So with a list of artists that will be part of this particular album, you are sure expecting a bang. Davido has always been an Afrobeat artist. There is none of his song that is not danceable. He's been that artist that gives you that mood, that vibe, and energy. So let's keep our fingers crossed. We have Odumodu Black, we have Chike, we have Itoni, we have Omale. So many of them, Latin musician, Jamaican musician, Chris Brown, and the like. So there's a whole lot. Like I said, 17 tracks in one particular album. So let's expect something really massive in this particular music album that is coming up on 18th of April. Let's move forward to more juicy story. So this is more interesting and funny to me. Veteran Nollywood star Richard Mofe Damajo, RMD, has openly expressed his discomfort with being called a legend, describing the title as a scam. Speaking on the Curiosity Made Me Ask podcast, the 63-year-old actor explained that he doesn't consider himself a legend, reserving that honor for iconic figures like Pete Edochie and Olu Jacob. I think the legend of the thing is a scam, he said, and I quote, RMD stated emphatically, I have my legends like Uncle Pete and Uncle Olu Jacob. These are our ancestors and legends. I have been watching him when he was saying Ribena children are the healthy children. So I don't subscribe to being called legend. The Delta-born actor, who began his illustrious acting career in 1982, further elaborated on his aversion to the label, suggesting it's an attempt to marginalize him. When they call me that, I feel they are trying to relegate me to the neighborhood of retired people or those nearing retirement, RMD explained. By identifying actors like Peter Doche and Olu Jacob as true legend, RMD positions himself as a still active and relevant force in Nollywood, rather than someone whose prime has passed. His candid remarks over a fresh perspective of the often used term within the entertainment industry. So this actually made me laugh, because the last statement reads that calling him a legend makes him feel like he's retiring soon. You know, makes him feel like he has done his job and it's time for him to go relax. So he had to take note of most legends we have. But that doesn't mean he is not a legend. You started acting from 1987. Imagine how many decades. So you are a legend, whether you like it or yes. You are a legend to us. We see you. We most of us see you as an aspiration, as an influencer, a role model. And the fact that you don't even grow old. As the day go by, you grow stronger and even give us more drama to some movies. I mean, there's one particular movie that's coming up, Radio Voice, and you're, in fact, a lead actor in that particular movie. A whole lot of reasons why you are called a legend. Not saying that Peter Doche and Olu Jacob are not legends. No, they are legends. I mean, they started Nollywood. They started Nollywood from the beginning. So, but you are part of the legend that leaves footprints that people are looking up to. Nobody is saying you should retire. It's not even like Peter Doche has retired. He still acts. It's not like he gives that serious movies and all. So, you should be happy when we call you a legend. Whenever we call you a legend, there is a reason for it. We are not saying you're retiring. We are not even saying, we know you're just starting. You know, they always say life starts at 60. Life starts at 50. So we're not saying you should retire. We're not saying we are done with you. We're not saying we are tired of seeing you on screen. No. We are pointing out certain reasons why we are calling you a legend. You keep that footmark and footprint when it comes to movie. I mean, there are some certain movies that once we see RMD in that movie, forget it, everyone is going to watch that particular movie. Be it Netflix, be it cinema, be it YouTube, be it Epic, whatever. We would go stream that particular movie. That makes you a legend. Okay, let's move to the foreign scene. The largest fancy vivid blue diamond ever to come to auction, the Golconda Blue, was a display at Christie's in New York City on Friday. Weighing 23.24 carats, the pearl-shaped gemstone will headline the auction house's magnificent jewel sale next month. This is the most famous blue diamond that's coming up for sale for the first time ever in over 100 years, said Christie's International Head of Jewelry, Ruhal Kadakia. The diamond is mounted in a contemporary ring by the Parisian designer Jar. It was mined from Golconda, India, more than 300 years ago. Christie's estimates it will sell for $35 million to $50 million. This is as fine as it gets, as large as it gets, the best mine that you can get it from, and the best provenance from India, Kadakia said. India was once the world's principal producer of diamonds. Stones from the Golconda mines were known for their high degree of transparency and for their variety of colors. The blue diamond gets its color from boron. The Gem Institute of America classifies the Golconda Blue as a vivid blue diamond. Kadakia said he knew that a name that it gives to the darkest blue diamond that are ever created in nature. The life scale will take place in Geneva, Switzerland on May 14th at the Four Seasons. I've been blushing because it's a diamond ring, but that's by the way. Let's take a look at this diamond.
This is the most famous blue diamond that's coming up for sale for the first time ever in over 100 years at Christie's in Geneva on May 14th.
I'm running here to my husband. I'm like, I'm going to Cleveland. Because I'm like, where are we going to go?
Blue diamonds have boron in them. They are electroconductive diamonds. You can run electricity through a blue diamond, but it's the boron that turns it blue. And the more boron the stone has, the darker it gets. This is a vivid blue diamond, which is the classification that the Gem Institute of America gives to the darkest blue diamonds that are ever created in nature. So this is as fine as it gets, as large as it gets, the best mine that you can get it from, and the best provenance from India. Golconda was a very special mine in that it was the first mine known to have produced diamonds. This was before South Africa, this was before Russia, this was before Indonesia, this was before Argyle. And what's special is that most of the mines that are in production today create diamonds of a certain color. Some will create just white diamonds. Some will create just pink diamonds. Some create blue diamonds. Golconda created diamonds of every color under the sun.
Yeah, do a slight little move. Yeah.
So for someone looking for the most special and rare blue diamond in the world, this is it, the Golconda Blue.
Action. That was a very beautiful, pretty diamond. It's gonna fit my hands too. All right, so Sony said it will hike the price of its PlayStation 5 console in markets in Europe, Britain, Australia, and New Zealand, citing high inflation and fluctuating exchange rates. The Japanese technology and entertainment conglomerate is raising the cost of a PlayStation 5 console without a disk drive by 11% to 499.99 euros from April 14th. The price of the same device will rise by 10% in Britain to £429.99. Manufacturers of electronics are facing headwinds, including trade disruption in the wake of the imposition of tariffs by U.S. President Donald Trump. Nintendo said earlier this month it is delaying the state of pre-order for the Switch 2 gaming device in the United States as it examines the potential impact of tariffs. Take a look.
Take care, guys. Enjoy.
Excuse me?
to buy PS5. I'm bringing to your notice now that the price has increased, you know. So since Europe has increased their price, Nigeria will not be left out of it. So package your money, save your money. This one is going to hurt my brothers and my cousins. Okay, let's move to the last story of the day. A new exhibition dedicated to Jungkook, a member of the globally renowned K-pop group BTS, opened in New York on April 18th, drawing fans who lined up around the block to catch a glimpse of the showcase. The exhibition, titled Golden, The Moment, offers an immersive experience into Jungkook's journey from a rising star to a global sensation. Fans can explore a collection of his costumes, music video, awards, and numerous photographs. The exhibition also highlights the story behind his debut solo album, Golden, capturing pivotal moments in his musical career. The exhibition will run until May 11 at 30 Wall Secrets. So Jungkook has been the lover, not the lover, lover of most girls in Nigeria, including my younger sister. In fact, my younger sister said if she doesn't marry from Korea, she's still gonna get married. And it has to be, no, there's something she said last night. She said, I just need to get his autograph on a paper or in my palm or something. And I asked her, what would you do with the paper? And she said she would laminate it and keep it in a briefcase. It's going to be a historical something she'll tell her children. So that's the love they have for Jungkook. I'm not even a fan of Korean movies. Sincerely speaking, I don't know any of his songs. I'm so sorry. I don't know any of his songs. I don't watch Korean movies. But I know Jungkook. I know there is a Jungkook. I know him. And I see his pictures. And I see ladies flocking around his socials, saying nice things about him. I don't know how many women Jungkook wants to marry at the same time. And he doesn't even know he has numerous wives in Nigeria. So a big congratulations to him. The exhibition is basically for him to give him that, award and to tell him that he has tried to get to this point, starting small and getting to this level that he is. I'm sorry I can't really reveal those exhibitions to you, but I will do that maybe tomorrow or next. So we'll go on a short break, go refill your popcorn, refill your glass of wine, because I'm sure you don't want to miss a celebrity pick for the week. So stay with us.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking, events occur, and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Welcome back. This is our Celebrity Pick segment. We have from the films and arts, music, business, fashion, and major personality. So I have it all figured out for you. And I think all my categories are men. And I didn't pick any woman today. My bad. But that's by the way. So from the films and arts, we have Timini Ebuson. He's a Nigerian film actor. He is known for his role in the TV series Tinsel. And now, Timini was born in Bayelsa State in the South region of Nigeria and is the younger brother of actress Dakore Akinde. He got his primary school education from Green Spring Montessori, the Afro School, and St. Catherine. He attended Adebayo Mokula College, Lagos State, Nigeria. He studied psychology in the University of Lagos. He graduated in the year 2011. He started his acting career in 2010 on Mnet soap opera Tinsel. At the 2020 AMVCA Award, Timini won the Best Actor in a drama for his role in Elevator Baby. Now, in April 2020, he joined several actors like Jemima Osunde, Nick Mutuma, and Loreto Walazo, along with several actors from Kenya, South Africa, Nigeria, and the Ivory Coast, to help with the campaign to stop the spread of COVID-19. It was achieved through a 60-part ministries in MTV Sugar, which was initiated in order to raise awareness in the global fight to flatten the COVID-19 curve. Now, Timini is another, what do they call them now? Sugar boy of the screen. There's something they call them, you know. And it's as if Uzariko is taking over, the Odugu Parara. So Timini used to be the sugar boy of screen, the lover of all girls, just like John Cook, like I earlier read. Timini has been that standout actor, you know. And what marveled me most is this guy studied psychology. Bro, you studied psychology and you're acting. So it's trying to tell us that there's talent and there is professional certificate. So if you call him to counsel you now, he has all it takes. If he wants to open a counseling agency right now, he has all it takes. Because he read psychology. And he's an actor. Now, mind you, the reason why we pick most of this celebrity pick is for aspiring celebrities like me and you. No, not me actually, like you out there, you know. You want to venture into music, arts, you want to venture into movies. These are people you should look up to. They should be your inspiration. I know we've spoken about RMD, who is an OG. But Timini is not an OG. He may not really be a Gen Z, but he is not an OG. And I'm sure that if he even asks some girls in their 18 years to, if he asks them to marry him, they will agree. So he's not an OG. But of course, this guy has been making rounds in the entertainment industry, especially from the movies. So I think there's more movies that will debut this April that he's part of. 2 or 3 movies. I'm not going to tell you that because I reviewed that last 2 weeks. All right, so let's move forward. We have Techno from the music category. Now, Austin Miles Kelechi Okechukwu was born 17 December 1992, popularly known as Techno. He's a Nigerian singer, songwriter, and record producer. His song Enjoy was the closing song in an episode of the Emmy-winning TV series Ted Lasso Season 3, Episode 7. Techno Miles was first signed under K-Money Entertainment. His breakout single titled Holiday was released under the imprint with featured vocals from Davido Holiday, who was positively accepted and gained massive airplay. In 2012, Techno Miles was spotted by renowned Nigerian comedian Julius Agu at an event in Abuja. After Techno Miles received a standing ovation following the performance of the song titled Onye Neku, his remix of Ice Prince Oleku. It was at the same event he met Iyanya and Ubi Franklin, the manager of Made Men Music Group, and they became friends. Ubi and Iyanya eventually encouraged Techno Miles to move to Lagos to further his music career. And I have a question for Techno. Techno, why have we not heard a single, a single from you? Yesterday, I was playing some old music, 2013, 2014, and I had to play some of Techno's songs. I'm sure if most people are watching me right now, they will say I shared some snaps to them. And Techno was really, really at that spotlight at that point in time. Techno's songs are songs that you can use to toast a girl, if you could understand what I'm saying. The lyrics, I don't know how he picked his words, but it is magnificent. It speaks to you. Imagine a song that's released 2013, 2014, 15, 16, those line of yours, and I played the music and I could still feel some sort of special that, oh, someone is talking to me. And you would agree with me that he has a very lovely voice. But I don't know why he has not released another music. Same thing with Run Town. I don't know why. Someone said they left music and furthered something else. I mean, it's up to them. But let's hope that maybe by the grace of God, before this year runs out, Techno would give us something. So from the fashion category, we have Denola Gray. Denola Gray is many things rolled into one. He's a model, fashion influencer, fashion consultant, television show host, image consultant, a fashion and lifestyle content creator in the digital space, just to mention a few. In 2017, he expanded his resume when he added acting. One can't deny that he is a force to reckon with in the fashion and rapidly growing influencing industry. He speaks with Ivory Ikonu about his rise in the spotlight and other issues. Denola Gray, who is also an actor, Denola Gray made his acting debut in 2018 in Nigerian first Lego drama series, Castle and Castle. Playing the time of Benjamin Castle, he acted alongside top Nollywood actors like RMD, Dakore Ebuson, Akende, and Eku Edewo. In the same year, he played the role of Venya in the Nollywood comedy Bling Lagosian. I want to say something, but I'm not going to say it. But Denola is outstanding. What do I call him right now? In fact, call him Fashion himself. Just give him the name Fashion. How can you be a fashion influencer, fashion consultant, fashion this, fashion that, fashion content creator, fashion, 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 and at the end of the day, you now summed it up with an actor? Now, I tend to ask myself, this particular person would not let a costumier style him in any movie, because it's going to be like, what exactly do you want to do? You know, I'm literally good in this, but I'm sure he's not going to do that, because when it comes to epic movie, they definitely need a costumier for that. But Denola is a good fashion influencer. Don't forget that when it comes to fashion category, we either pick fashion influencer or fashion designer. So today we're picking a fashion influencer. So Denola is a standout fashion influencer, and he's really, really good at his job. Quick, let's move to business category. And of course, I'm picking the birthday boy that made rounds on the social media this past weekend, Obi Kubana. Best known as Obi Kubana is a Nigerian businessman, socialite, entrepreneur, and philanthropist. He currently chairs the Kubana Group. Iyebu was born on 12th April 1975 in Anambra State, and his mother is Ezine Iyebu. He is from Oba in Idemili South, local government area of Anambra State. He is married to Ebele Iyebu, born 26th February 1979, and they are blessed with 5 sons. Iyebu is the chairman and founder of the Kubana Group. Iyebu's career as an entrepreneur started in 2006 when he founded a nightclub called Ibiza Club in Abuja. In 2009, he established a hospitality club called Kubana in Owerri, Imo State. So why did I pick Kubana? Not just because his birthday passed, some sort. It's part of it. Kubana it's not just a businessman. You know, when I opened his social media, I wasn't expecting to see things happening there. Trust some of these businessmen. When you go to their social media, there's literally nothing happening there. Do you understand? They just post maybe a picture of them taking a, what do they call this thing they give in stages and all. They just, there's nothing fun happening there. But he's that socialite. He comes out in social media. We won't call him a social media. He's not even a content creator, but he resonates with it. All right, so I will reveal the last media personality to you after a short break. So stay with us. All right, welcome back. We will be connecting you right now with our correspondent Imatewase live at Achi, where a police van got burnt. So he will be sharing us insights on what exactly is happening there right now. So over to you, Imatewase. Tell us what's going on. Show us some clips of how that place looks like at the moment.
We are right here at Court Junction in Achi Oji River local government area, where a disturbing incident occurred few minutes ago. Some police officers who were actively on duty met their death end as assailants attacked their vehicle and killed about three persons. From the information we got from the sources around, that two persons were shot and one burnt in the car. One of the officers fortunately escaped, and as you can see behind me, the scene where the incident took place is just miles away, but the police and the Nigerian army are already on ground to make sure that everything is going well and the environment is peaceful. We tried gaining access to the place, but the security agencies did not allow us get close to the scene. But if you can see very well, you can see a police van and a lot of people gathered at that market. This is a major market in this community where locals go there to sell and market their product. But quite unfortunately, today this incident is happening following the state government's efforts to ensure that the state is secure. It's quite unfortunate that despite all this effort by government, we still see this kind of incidences occurring from time to time. From junction, from what is this place again? From court in Achi local government area, I am Emmanuel Tewasi reporting for Signature TV.
Why is it that nobody wants to talk? Are you afraid? This thing that happened is not actually a good thing. So I don't know. If you can just tell us what happened, if you have any knowledge, you help us put the report. It doesn't have anything to do with Were you at the market when it happened? All right, he's saying that he was on his way to the market when he heard gunshots. He also learned that two policemen were killed, so they had to run for their safety and for their lives. So nobody is being allowed to enter the market as we speak. The army, the police, that are there around the market area to ensure that they do their own part of the security job to ensure this kind of thing doesn't happen again. So we're going to see if we can talk to more people just to get a detailed account of how this incident happened and who would do this kind of things to security agents who are supposed to be our friends. As I say, well, the police is our friend, so why then are we now launching attacks on policemen who are supposed to protect lives and property of every citizen? So just keep that with me as I talk to the residents.
All right. My director is a funny one. So this is a sad one, a very sad one. I don't know how to explain. Every single time it's either a truck is getting burnt. I'm even surprised a police van is being burnt. So the government, I'm sure they're trying their best to sustain security in ENUGU State, but I think they should start going to villages, not just the town. They should start going to villages to do some certain things in issues like this. Okay, let's move back to our celebrity pick, and this is the final one from the media personality. We have Nedu Wazobia. Chinedu Ani Emmanuel is a Nigerian radio personality, broadcast journalist, TV presenter, actor, comedian, and content creator. Nedu Wazobia was born in Kaduna, Nigeria. He studied accounting at Madonna University in Elele, Okija, Anambra State. He then participated in the mandatory National Youth Service Corps program, where he worked as an on-air personality at a radio station in Jigawa. After working as a site manager in Abuja for 2 years, he moved to Lagos and joined Wazobia FM as a broadcaster, where he became known by the name Nedu Wazobia. He co-hosted the podcast Honest Bunch alongside husband material Deitiko and Izine, which discussed topics relevant to millennials and Gen Z audiences. So apart from the whole saga that happened between him and Very Dark Man and the guests who they invited to the Honest Bunch podcast, Nedu has been an outstanding on-air personality. I first knew Nedu from Wazobia FM, you know. At that point, I was even contemplating if they were from Port Harcourt or Lagos, but I mean, it's been made known to us now that he started when he was in Lagos State. So Nedu is that funny content creator, funny, outstanding on-air personality that you would always want to see on your screen. You know, little do I know that he actually grew up in Kaduna State. No wonder he has this very good accent in Hausa language and the likes. All right, that's all we have for you in the celebrity pick segment. I don't know if we have more time to review that art gallery visit to you. Okay, I think we don't have much time. So we'll draw the curtain here. The show has come to an end. I'm sure you had so much fun. I'm sure you enjoyed this particular episode. And I'm sure you want to join us same time tomorrow. You don't want to miss our playlist pause segment. And you don't want to miss the interesting stories we have for you. Follow us on all our social media platforms. Always remember to tune in on SLTV channel 264 and subscribe to our YouTube channel. 265 rather, not 264. Thanks for watching, and I remain your baby girl, Queen Wokunta. Bye.
Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I am Barry Kumo Ado. In the headlines, Trump meets El Salvador's president amid questions over deportations. Cambodia deports a known number of Taiwanese to China on fraud charges. Treasury Secretary Besant says U.S. supports Argentina's economic reforms. U.S. President Trump holds college football champions at the White House. Details shortly.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Sudan's Rapid Support Forces, RSF, have seized a major camp for displaced people in North Darfur, paramilitary groups said after a 4-day assault. The government and aid groups have left hundreds dead or wounded. Video showed members of the RSF in a vehicle driving through Zamzam camp as thick smoke rises, fires burn in the distance. The fighting has centered around the Zamzam camp, which along with the nearby Abu Sok camp, hosts some 700,000 people displaced by Sudan's war. The assault has destroyed shelters, markets, and healthcare facilities. The RSF said the camp was being used as a base by what it called mercenary factions, but humanitarian groups denounced the assault as a targeted attack on vulnerable civilians, including women, children, and elderly people who are already facing famine. A UN agency has warned on Tuesday that rape is being used systematically as a weapon of war in Sudan as the conflict marks its second year. Regional Director of UN Women, Anna Mutafasi, told reporters in Geneva that they have seen a 288% increase in demand for life-saving support for rape and sexual violence survivors, and they are beginning to see the systemic use of rape and sexual violence as a weapon of war.
We've seen a 288% increase in demand for life-saving support following rape and sexual violence. We've also seen what is beginning to look like systematic use of rape and sexual violence as a weapon of war. We have seen women's lives and women's bodies being turned into battlegrounds in this conflict.
I just came from Khartoum and I managed to meet their group of women in a public space where as a foreigner man, I came and I sat with them and they were talking openly about the violence, the sexual violence they have seen and they have been exposed to, including being sexually harassed in front of their injured husbands, in front of their screaming children by actors of the war. It is the first time in my life, after being in 6 crises, 6 civil wars, to see women have been abused to that extent.
This is the largest displacement crisis in the world, the worst humanitarian crisis in the world by all accounts. It is also not only has taken a tremendous toll on the people, but also on the economy of the country. We estimate that the GDP of Sudan has dropped by 40%. We are now facing a triple-digit inflation with the prices of the goods that have skyrocketed and have created difficulties for people to access essential goods, and including.
El Salvador President Nayib Bukele at the White House has said he had no plans to return a man mistakenly deported from the United States, suggesting that doing so would be like smuggling a terrorist into the country. Bukele told reporters he did not have the power to return Kilma Abrego Garcia, Salvadoran, to the U.S., despite a U.S. Supreme Court order saying it must facilitate the Maryland resident's return. Bukele's comments came shortly after U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi said at the same meeting that the U.S. needed only to provide a plane if Bukele wanted to return Abrego Garcia. Abrego Garcia's lawyers have denied the allegation he is a gang member, saying the U.S. has presented no credible evidence.
And I just asked the president, you know, it's this massive complex that he built, jail complex. I said, can you build some more of them, please? As many as we can get out of our country that were allowed in here by incompetent Joe Biden.
For every single soul that they send to that hellhole in El Salvador, we, the United States, are putting another nail in Jesus' body. They, every single one of the people detained and deported to that prison, they are the ones whom the Salvadoran priest and martyr, Ignacio Ellacuría, called the crucified peoples of the world. The crucified peoples of the world. And the only response, especially in Holy Week, the only response is to take them down from the cross. To the president of El Salvador, who is, I think, having lunch with our president today, President Bukele, we call upon you to respect the human rights and the fundamental human dignity of Kilmar. Do everything in your power to keep him safe until he can be safely returned to his loved ones.
U.S. President Donald Trump said that he wants to deport some violent criminals who are U.S. citizens to El Salvador, where they will be incarcerated under an agreement with that country's government. The remarks were one of the clearest signals yet that the U.S. president is serious about deporting naturalized U.S.-born citizens, a proposal that has alarmed civil rights advocates and is viewed by many legal scholars as unconstitutional. Trump spoke to journalists at the White House during a state visit of Salvadoran President Nayib Bukele that he would only go through with the idea if his administration determined it was legal.
First and foremost, he was illegally in our country. He had been illegally in our country. And in 2019, two courts, an immigration court and an appellate immigration court, ruled that he was a member of MS-13 and he was illegally in our country. Right now, it was additional paperwork had needed to be done. That's up to El Salvador if they want to return him. That's not up to us. The Supreme Court ruled, President, that if, as El Salvador wants to return him, this is international matters, foreign affairs, if they wanted to return him, we would facilitate it, meaning provide a plane.
It was not clear what level of due process an American will receive before being deported. The Trump administration has sent hundreds of migrants accused of criminal affiliations to El Salvador's harsh mega prison known as a terrorism confinement center under often contested legal authorities. Taiwan Foreign Ministry spokesperson Seo Kwang-wei has told reporters in Taipei on Tuesday that the government was still trying to ascertain exactly how many Taiwanese have been deported to China from Cambodia on fraud charges. According to a statement on Monday, the Taiwan's Foreign Ministry said that Cambodia had recently arrested 150 Taiwanese on suspicion of involvement in telecoms fraud, and that almost 190 people, including Chinese nationals, are this week been sent to China by Cambodia. With strong ties to China, Cambodia stands out in Southeast Asia as one of the few countries without a Taiwanese de facto embassy. Cambodia, like most countries, only has formal diplomatic ties with China, which consider Taiwan one of its provinces, with no right to state-to-state relations, position the government in Taipei rejects.
We are still negotiating with the prosecutors to ascertain how many citizens involved in the case. The government will find out more information through existing cross-strait mechanism. The Foreign Ministry again calls on our nationals not to take a chance and go overseas to engage in unlawful activities including telecoms fraud and break local law. It will be the end of your personal future. It will also ruin our nation's image.
The U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has expressed a full support of Donald Trump's government for the economic reforms underway in Argentina in a meeting with its president Javier Milei. According to a statement from the Treasury Department at Government House in Buenos Aires, Besant also praised Milei for his government's decision to reduce barriers to reciprocal trade with the United States.
Growth is up, inflation is down, and poverty is in decline. But this change will only last if Argentina's friends lend their support. That's why the United States is proud to have supported the IMF program, Development Bank, which will support the reform policies run by this government to accelerate the country's economic transformation. The IMF program will give Argentina financial breathing room amid austerity. It will facilitate foreign exchange liberalization while safeguarding market stability. This stability will set sighted to put in long-term capital to be part of this exciting economic miracle. Javier Milei's presidency marks a decisive break from the past. I am here today to express the support for President Milei and his administration's vision for this beautiful country. More importantly, I am here to express the Trump administration's admiration and partnership with the Argentine people. You were willing to make the tough choices over the short run to make Argentina great again. We are your partners in this historic transformation.
We believe that like-minded people have to work together, both to prosper and to protect each other, which is why Argentina intends to be a firm ally of the United States in the region and, in fact, has been the first of all to express this commitment and to reliably uphold it in all diplomatic instances. At the trade level, we understand the reciprocal tariffs proposal drafted by President Trump, and we are ready to sign a trade agreement along such lines that will undoubtedly benefit both the United States and Argentina.
Milei said that the Argentine government understands the U.S. reciprocal tariff proposal and is ready to sign a trade agreement. On Friday, April 11th, Argentina sealed an extended facilities program with the IMF for $20 billion, in addition to loans with the World Bank and the IDB, and announced the relaxation of exchange market controls. At a meeting, Besant congratulated the government for the negotiations with the International Monetary Fund, IMF, the World Bank, and the Inter-American Development Bank, IDB. The chief executive of Advanced Micro Devices, AMD, Lisasu, said on Tuesday that they are ready to start chip production at TSMC's plant in Arizona and will make more AI servers in the U.S. Speaking at a news conference in Taipei, Taiwan, Su acknowledged the dynamic situation in overall supply chain, but added AMD is lucky to have broad and deep partnerships to help counter any issues.
And we also have our first product in the Arizona site. Our new 5th generation EPIC is also doing very well, so we're ready to start production. So that was very good discussion. Well, I think overall, we all see that it's a very dynamic situation right now in the overall supply chain. I think we're very lucky that we have a broad and a very deep set of partnerships. So we believe we can work very closely with our partners to manage any of the supply chain issues. We certainly are. When you think about the importance of the supply chain, we need to have a supply chain in all places. So certainly Taiwan is very important to us from a supply chain. And also in the United States, we just completed our acquisition of ZT Systems, which is a leading supply chain AI server capability in the United States. So yes, we are also expanding our US capability.
U.S. President Donald Trump said on Sunday that he will be announcing the tariff rate on imported semiconductors this week, adding that there will be flexibility with some companies in the sector. AMD, one of the largest providers of personal computer chips, relies mostly on TSMC, the world's largest contract chip maker in Taiwan, to make its chips. A Peruvian court is set to deliver its verdict on Tuesday, corruption case against former President Olanta Humala and his wife, Nadine Heredia, will stand accused of accepting illegal funds from Brazilian construction giant Odebrecht to finance Humala's 2011 presidential campaign. Prosecutors have requested a 20-year prison sentence for Humala and an even harsher 26.5-year sentence for Heredia, who led Humala's Nationalist Party during its rise to power. The couple's legal troubles began shortly after Humala left office in 2016, when they became entangled in the sprawling Odebrecht scandal. They are among numerous Latin American politicians, officials, and business leaders implicated in Odebrecht's admitted scheme of paying hundreds of millions in bribes across the region to secure government contracts. Both Humala and Heredia have previously spent time in pre-trial detention related to these corruption allegations. The Iranian Foreign Ministry spokesman Ismail Baghaei has said that the United States must correct its contradictory behavior of pressuring Iran on one hand while seeking negotiations with it on the other hand. Regarding the indirect nuclear talks between Iran and the United States, Baghaei noted that in the first round of negotiations, both sides expressed their respective expectations for the negotiation framework. The reason Iran is engaging in indirect talks is because the United States, while negotiating, continues to pursue a policy of pressure and threats, a stance that Iran cannot accept. Spokesman said as long as the United States continue with its coercive rhetoric, direct negotiations between Iran and the United States will not be possible. Baghaei also said that Iran will draw lessons from past experiences in nuclear negotiations, emphasizing that Iran is not seeking a paper agreement, but rather demands that the United States take concrete and effective steps to lift sanctions. Australia's Prime Minister Anthony Albanese said his government has asked Indonesia about a report in defense publication that Jane's Russia has requested basing military aircraft in Papua as the issue dominated Australia's election campaign on Tuesday. Jane's reported that Jakarta has received an official request from Moscow seeking permission for Russian Aerospace Forces VKS aircraft to be based at a facility in Indonesia's easternmost province of Papua.
We are ascertaining, having a look at those reports, as the Foreign Minister and Defence Minister have said. We have a good relationship with our friends in Indonesia, and we're seeking further clarification. We are seeking further information. We obviously do not want to see Russian influence in our region, very clearly. We have a position, which is we stand with Ukraine. We regard Vladimir Putin as an authoritarian leader who has broken international law, who's attacking the sovereignty of the nation of Ukraine. Thanks very much.
The province is about 1,200 kilometers north of the Australian city of Darwin, where US Marine Corps rotational force is based for 6 months of a year, and Australian air bases are being upgraded to host visiting US bombers. Australia is seeking further clarification with Indonesia about the report, Albanese said, adding Canberra has a good relationship with Jakarta. Up ahead, Kremlin says tough line from MES on Ukraine risk escalating war. EU to boost financial support for Palestinian Authority. Stay with us.
With a population of about 36 million people, the Southeast is awash with stories. Every day on Southeast News, we tell the peculiar story of the Southeast and her people.
Our Southeast should be the Silicon Valley of Nigeria.
Their successes, achievements, and daily challenges. Do you have a Southeast story to share? Community achievements and challenges, completed and uncompleted projects, water scarcity, erosion, flooding, insecurity, or even disagreements? Bring it on to Southeast News. On Southeast News, no story is too big or too small. Southeast News. Let's tell our story. showing on Signature TV every weekday at 4 p.m. WAT, 1600 hours GMT.
Frederick Merz over comments suggesting that Germany might send Taurus long-range missiles to Ukraine. Merz, asked by German public broadcaster ARD on Sunday if it would supply Kiev with Taurus missiles, said it would consider it if it were part of a wider package of support agreed with European allies. Germany has been one of Ukraine's main military backers, granting roughly 7.1 billion euros in military assistance in 2024 alone, according to government data, but Berlin has never supplied Taurus missiles, which have a range in excess of 300 miles, despite Kiev's repeated request. Kremlin spokesman Dmitry Peskov told reporters it was clear from his comments that Merz would advocate a tougher position, which will inevitably lead only to a further escalation of the situation around Ukraine. European Union officials working on a 17th package of sanctions against Russia, said to be ready for an EU foreign ministers meeting in May. The EU's top diplomat and bloc's foreign policy chief, Kaja Kallas, told reporters that Israel has a right to defend itself, but its current actions go beyond proportionate self-defense.
Israel has the right to defend itself, but its current actions go beyond proportionate self-defense. We welcome the Arab plan for reconstruction of Gaza, but at the same time it lacks three important elements, which is funding, security and the governance of Gaza, but we are willing to work with our Arab partners, international partners, to develop on these topics.
The European Union would increase its financial support for the Palestinian Authority with a 3-year package worth around 1.6 billion euros. EU's top diplomat Kaja Kallas said on Monday. Dubravka Suka, the European Commissioner for the Mediterranean, said the financial support will go hand in hand with reforms of the Palestinian Authority, which has been accused by critics of corruption and bad governance. Commissioner's remarks came in the aftermath of a fierce, high-level political dialogue between European Union foreign ministers and senior Palestinian officials, including Prime Minister Mohammed Mustafa in Luxembourg on Monday. Palestinian Authority welcomed the package of grants and loans.
The EU announced a new multi-annual support package for Palestine worth of 1.6 billion euro over the next 2 years. But Commissioner Suica will elaborate on that. The European Union will invest in essential infrastructure, deliver humanitarian aid and support refugees.
Thank you very much. We will take another question and we'll...
So our program aims to support the Palestinian people in building sustainable future. It's about governing capacity. It's about advanced economic recovery. It's about strengthening the resilience of the private sector. Of course, it's about creating jobs and contributing to long-term social and economic stability. A well-functioning and reformed Palestinian Authority must play a central role in the post-conflict governance of Gaza. This is our position. There will be a new window of opportunity for all of us, and it will also include Palestine.
Representative and Prime Minister, it's about the political significance.
Today's first ever high-level dialogue is more than a meeting. It's a moment of decision. We came here not only to reaffirm our commitment to peace and reform, but to build a strategic partnership with the EU within the framework of the new Pact for the Mediterranean, and to advance the EU recovery program with the Palestinian Authority and to build a common pathway forward for peace.
The EU is the biggest donor to the Palestinians, and EU officials hope Palestinian Authority, which runs the West Bank, may also one day take responsibility for Gaza after the war between Israel and Hamas militants comes to an end. The head of the Council of Europe, the continent's leading human rights watchdog, says it is worried about any violations of rights in Turkey after the jailing of President Tayyip Erdogan's chief political rival and hundreds of arrests that followed mass protest. Secretary General Alan Besset said the problem of democratic backsliding should be addressed as a global phenomenon, adding that the Council had no specific position on probes underway into numerous Turkish opposition figures. Istanbul Mayor Ekrem Imamoglu was jailed last month pending trial over charges of corruption, a move that triggered the largest protest in more than a decade, with students, opposition parties and others calling it politicized and anti-democratic. The main opposition Republican People's Party, CHP, chose Imamoglu last month as its future presidential candidate. Nationwide rallies, which have thinned in the last 2 weeks, have been mostly peaceful, when nearly 2,000 people have been detained and many jailed pending trial. In an interview on the sidelines of an Anachal Diplomacy Forum in southern Turkey, Miset said he is in contact with Turkish authorities and opposition officials in order to stress the principles of democratic values.
For Turkey, worried about the recent developments with the arrest, with the demonstration, and I want to recall here the importance to respect every moment the European Convention on Human Rights, also the freedom of assembly, the freedom of speech, and it is so important to have living democracy. But at the same time, it is not possible for me to take a position on ongoing investigations, clearly, but to recall the principles and to be close to this evolution, also because Turkey is a member state, an important member state, and that we must be able to address, frankly, openly, all the issues that we see, to have an exchange and an active work with the member states, and that's exactly why also I'm engaging the contact with Turkey, being here today, and having regularly contacts with
Hungary will not agree to any part of the European Union's military training mission to take place inside Ukraine, as that will risk an escalation of war. Hungarian Foreign Minister Peter Szijjártó said on Monday Hungary would also oppose any sanctions on Russian energy imports. Szijjártó added in a press conference broadcast on his Facebook from Luxembourg after a meeting of European Union foreign ministers.
Military trainers from the European Union should not conduct training programs for Ukrainian soldiers on Ukrainian territory, as this poses a serious risk of escalating the war towards Europe. For us, this is a red line. No element of this military training mission should take place on Ukrainian territory. We do not want the European Union to send military trainers or military advisors to Kiev, as this presents a serious danger in terms of escalating the war. Then there's the third point. They want to start preparing the 17th sanctions package here. It was mentioned that it needs to be very massive, very robust, and very significant. The Ukrainian foreign minister demanded sanctions on energy purchases from Russia and the nuclear industry. Several European Union colleagues have joined in on this. You see, last week they already tried to put numerous Russian ministers and Serbia's deputy prime minister on the sanctions list. We have made it clear that we will not support this in any way, as the European Union is somewhat behind with a few brochures. The Americans are currently engaged in direct negotiations with the Russians. The American president and the Russian president are speaking on the phone. Their representatives are traveling to each other's capitals, and the American and Russian foreign ministers are also communicating with each other, yet we want to place Russian government members on a sanctions list.
Greece has signed a deal to buy 16 anti-ship missiles from France. Greek Defense Minister Nikos Dendias said the agreement for the French-built Exocet missiles was signed by Dendias and France Armed Forces Minister Sébastien Lecornu, who is visiting Athens. The cost of the deal was not disclosed. Under a defense pact with France signed in 2021, Greece agreed to buy 3 French frigates and some 24 Dassault-made Rafale fighter jets. In addition, Greece has said it will buy a 4th Belgrade frigate and cruise missiles from France as part of a €25 billion defence plan by 2036 to modernize its armed forces as it seeks to keep pace with its neighbour and historical rival, Turkey.
We are talking about practically 200 to 300 boat stopovers throughout the past few years, which makes Greece a country in which maritime and security strategic intimacy is the strongest. I can confirm to you that based on the decisions you will make, we will ask Naval Group to complete its establishment here in Greece, and that a Naval Group Greece sector is only waiting to be developed. It's the first time in a very long time that maritime routes are so destabilized and disputed. The agreement with France, which I had the honor to negotiate and sign under the order of the Prime Minister, is for us one of the foundations of our defence. Today we had the opportunity to discuss our cooperation in the sectors of security, defense, and the defense industry. We already have a close cooperation, which is reflected in the acquisition of the 3 Bell frigates, the discussion for the purchase of a 4th, the acquisition of the Rafales fighter jets, which with their weapons are a key for the deterrence and defense in the Aegean and the Eastern Mediterranean. Also, just earlier you witnessed a signing ceremony for the agreement for the 16 Exocet missiles.
Russia said on Monday that its troops had launched strikes on multiple Ukrainian military facilities in the last 24 hours, while Ukraine said on the same day that the death toll from Sunday's Russian ballistic missile attack on its northeastern city of Sumy has risen to 34. Russian Ministry of Defense said in a daily briefing that Russian forces struck Ukrainian targets such as workshops of military enterprises, military airfield infrastructure, and weapons and ammunition depot. The ministry said the Russian Air Defense Forces intercepted Ukrainian aerial bombs and rockets, shot down more than 200 Ukrainian drones. Russian forces also attacked a meeting site of Ukrainian military commanders in Sumy with Iskander-M ballistic missiles, killing more than 60 Ukrainian servicemen. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has said that since April, Russian forces had dropped over 2,000 aerial bombs on Ukraine and launched around 60 missiles of various types, including ballistic missiles. Zelensky also said that the Russian strike on Sumy had caused 34 deaths and left 117 others wounded. Russian authorities have said on Tuesday that Kiev forces hit Russia's Kursk region that borders Ukraine with dozens of drones, killing an elderly woman, injuring 9 people and sparking fires in several buildings in the region's administrative center. Russian Defense Ministry said 109 drones were downed over the Kursk region overnight. A multi-story apartment building was damaged in result of a drone attack, with several flats catching fire. Acting Mayor of Kursk, Sergei Kotlarov, said on Telegram that residents have been evacuated to a nearby school. The region's administration posted photos of multi-story apartment building with blown-out windows and fire damage to the facade, and also drones hit an ambulance garage, damaging 11 cars. The Philippines Armed Forces said on Tuesday that the U.S. Navy Marine Expeditionary Ship Interdiction System, NMESIS, is in the country and will be used in the upcoming annual joint military drills. More than 14,000 Philippine and U.S. soldiers will participate in the upcoming Balikatan shoulder-to-shoulder exercises, which will focus on enhancing maritime, territorial, and coastal defenses.
The Nemesis, I will confirm that it's already in country. I will not say where, but it is going to participate. It's going to be part of the exercise. So all of this that you're seeing here is a culmination of all of these efforts. What we're looking at here is really an exercise verging into a full battle test, which means we are now treating the exercise as a rehearsal for our defense. We are looking at more or less 14,000 participants on both sides. We have an increase in the number of participants with the Australian Defence Force, the ADF. I think there are around 200, am I right, Doug? 200 participants from the ADF. We are going to have active observers coming from the JSDF, the Japanese Defence Force.
The drills will start on April 21 until May 9 and will also include some soldiers from Australia and Japan. The drills will include integrated air and missile defense, counter-land and live fire exercises, maritime strike and humanitarian assistance. The annual joint exercises come amid an ongoing escalation between the Philippines and China over contested resource-rich islands in the South China Sea. Still to come, China accuses U.S. of launching malicious cyber attacks. Funeral held in Khan Yunis following Israeli strike on tent housing displaced Gazans. Details of these and more after the break. China on Tuesday has accused the United States of launching cyber attacks targeting its essential industries during the Asian Winter Games in February, condemned the act as malicious cyber behavior. Police in China's northeastern city of Harbin said 3 alleged NSA agents to one at West Lead and also accused the University of California and Virginia Tech of being involved in attacks that were carrying out investigations. NSA agents, with 3 persons, were also found to have repeatedly carried out cyber attacks on China's critical information infrastructure, participated in cyber attacks on Huawei and other enterprises.
During the 9th Asian Winter Games, the U.S. government launched a cyber attack on the event's information system and critical information infrastructure in Heilongjiang province, causing serious damage to China's critical information infrastructure, national defense, finance, society, production, and citizens' personal information security. The nature of this is extremely bad. China condemns the aforementioned malicious cyber of the U.S. government. China has expressed its concerns to the U.S. in various ways regarding its cyber attacks on China's critical infrastructure. We urge the U.S. to take a responsible attitude on cybersecurity issues, stop launching cyber attacks on China, and stop its unwarranted smears and attacks on China. China will continue to take all necessary measures to protect its own cybersecurity.
Chinese President Xi Jinping has laid a wreath at the Ho Chi Minh Mausoleum in Hanoi to pay tribute to the late revolutionary leader of Vietnam on the second day of his 2-day visit to the country. On Monday, China and Vietnam signed 45 documents and agreements aiming to boost ties between the two neighboring countries amidst tariff tension with the United States. Content of agreements was not disclosed, and it wasn't clear whether they involved any financial or binding commitments, but the deals include enhancing supply chains and cooperation over railways. Vietnam is a major industrial and assembly hub in Southeast Asia. Most of its imports are from China, while the United States is its main export market. Under pressure from Washington, Vietnam is tightening controls on some trade with China to make sure goods exported to the United States with a Made in Vietnam label have sufficient added value in the country to justify that. After a 2-day stop in Hanoi, Xi will continue his Southeast Asian trip by visiting Malaysia and Cambodia from Tuesday to Friday. Palestinians inspected on Tuesday the damage following an Israeli strike on the tent site, targeting displaced people in Al-Mawasi area in Khan Yunis that left a number of casualties, including children, according to Gaza's health ministry and eyewitnesses. The tents sheltering the displaced were left in ruins and burnt belongings were scattered on the ground. Palestinian and Egyptian sources said the latest round of talks on Monday in Cairo to restore Gaza ceasefire and free Israeli hostages ended with no apparent breakthrough. Hamas insists Israel commits to ending the war and put out its forces from the Gaza Strip, or as agreed in a 3-phase ceasefire accord that went into effect in late January. Israel has said it will not end the war unless Hamas is eliminated and returns the remaining hostages held in Gaza. Since restarting its military offensive last month, Israeli forces have killed more than 1,500 Palestinians. Gaza health authorities have said it has displaced hundreds of thousands of people and imposed a blockade on all supplies entering the enclave. Meanwhile, 59 Israeli hostages remain in the hands of the militants. Israel believes all of them are alive. U.S. Geological Survey has said an earthquake measuring 5.2 magnitude has struck the interior of San Diego County in California. The quake, which is said was at a depth of 13.4 kilometers. The San Diego County Sheriff's Office substation in Julian, the mountain town in San Diego County that was near the quake's epicenter, said it was unaware of any reports of damage or
longer than the ones I've experienced before. The last one
of any reports of damage or
longer than the ones I've experienced before. The last one I seen, I was at work at night and it was a little rolling and I just looked up and saw the hanging lights swaying. But this one seemed to be a little longer and a little more intense.
We were together walking out of my house, and we felt the whole house start to shake, and we ran into the driveway because the house was shaking so bad we didn't know if it would be safe even in the doorway.
Well, I just think it was way more intense and it lasted a lot longer, and then the aftershocks were very strong also. So compared to ones that I've been in before at different times in my life, I felt like this one was a little bit intense.
Well, actually, I was in my bed. I was just laying down, enjoying my normal day, and then all of a sudden, I just started seeing my entire room start to wobble before I even felt it. And then I felt it come up through the bed, and I just started shaking. I watched things fall down off the roof and the walls, and I instantly thought about my business here, thinking, oh no, everything's gonna be all messed up. So I rushed over here, started picking stuff up. It was very intense.
Well, I've lived here my whole entire life, and today we had the most damage that we've ever had. So we had about 20 broken jars, and of gifty items, we carry the Mara line, which is a higher end pottery line, and we lost about 8 or 9 of those. But none of the staff was hurt, and they handled it quite well.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
We're now going to Emmanuel Tewase, who has been tracking a story about the killing of 3 policemen at Oji River, Achi in Oji River. Okay, we'll still get on to that story. But first, let's continue. Europe faced its most widespread flooding last year since 2013, with 30% of the continent's river network hit by significant floods as fossil fuel-driven climate change continued to prompt torrential rain and other extreme weather. European Union's Comprehensive Climate Change Service and World Meteorological Organization said the flooding has killed at least 333 people in Europe in 2024 and affected more than 410,000. Globally, 2024 was the world's warmest year since records began, as well as the warmest for Europe, the planet's fastest warming continent. The planet is now around 1.3 degrees Celsius warmer than in pre-industrial times, mainly due to human-caused climate change.
This chart will be familiar to many of you. It shows the temperature anomalies for Europe since 1990 in 6 different data sets, highlighting that 2024 was the warmest year on record for Europe. As we know, 2024 was also the warmest year on record globally, and the first year with a global average temperature exceeding 1.5 degrees above the pre-industrial level. And the last 10 years, as has already been mentioned, are the warmest 10 years on record. It's important to note at this point that although we've had 1 year above 1.5 degrees, we have not yet broken the Paris Agreement. Talks about the long-term average for up to 20 years above 1.5 degrees, and the latest 5-year average temperature is still at 1.3 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial.
The report noted bright spots, including that renewable energy sources produced a record high 45% of Europe's energy in 2024, while most European cities have plans in place to better adapt to climate change. But weather extremes were recorded as glaciers shrunk at the highest rates on record, and heat stress increased across the continent. Asian markets edged up, supported by a surge in auto stocks after US President Donald Trump suggested he might ease tariffs on vehicles. In South Korea, the benchmark Korea Composite Stock Price Index, KOSPI, opened up 0.35% to 2,446.51 points on Tuesday. Meanwhile, in Tokyo, Japan's Nikkei share average opened up 1.1% at 34,349.01 points. Chinese stocks opened mixed on Tuesday, while the Bank Shanghai Composite Index down 0.07% to open at 3,260.68 points, while the Shenzhen Composite Index opened 0.02% higher at 9,886.1 points. Global stock, currency and bond markets have whipsawed in the past week due to Trump's back and forth comments on tariffs. South Korea's Finance Minister Choi Sang-mok said on Tuesday that Seoul would try to delay reciprocal tariffs as much as possible in negotiations with the U.S. as the prospect of looming duties threatened to hit the export-reliant economy. South Korea was among the countries that U.S. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent had said Washington would sit down with to discuss the tariffs imposed by U.S. President Donald Trump. And that's the news this hour. Thank you very much for joining us. I am Marikumo Ado.
Right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People...
We are national.
News.